この世に悪があるとすれば、それは人の心だ。
Alrighty, welcome everybody to Tales of Phantasia. This is the Super Nintendo version, or Super Famicom. Originally this was not released outside, well, this was never released outside of Japan, and I'm playing a fan translation. This is the very first one of the Tales of series, and it is a bit more of a prototype, but despite that, let me put it this way. All the things they managed to get running on a Super Nintendo is kind of a ridiculously impressive technical achievement. Like, if you understand Japanese, I assume you would have been able to tell what the guy in the intro said, and getting basically anything done that is coherent and understandable on a Super Nintendo, just kind of voice-wise, is really impressive. But on top of that, there is a fully voiced song in the game. I do believe we will get to hear this through the game as well, but that's just kind of apparently ridiculously mind-blowing, and I'm just sitting here, well, I believe it, but I don't really understand it, but such I was told. And I suggest, let us get started. Also, by the way, this is a casual-ish playthrough, because I'm not trying to speedrun it, but I used to speedrun it, so I know the game reasonably well. Nosemaster, thank you so much for 25 months. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. So, I'm just gonna leave the names as default. This is Kress Alvin. Kress, whatever you want to call it, and let's go.
天候を満つるところに我はあり。黄泉の門開くところに何しや。行けよ、神の雷。それは、これで最後だ。インディグレーション。そんなバカな。
Alrighty, you saw those little stars flying away as the big blonde guy got knocked out, and well, now we're following the stars, or something like that. So the main reason why I point this out is because there is a bit of time travel shenanigans involved, and if you're not necessarily aware of that from the beginning, it might get a bit tricky to follow the story. But well, let's see where this is going, shall we? And credits. Yep, the big guy is already defeated. So also, that scene at the beginning was effectively like actual in-game combat, however performed by predefined actions, obviously. Like, I wasn't doing anything at that time. But, well, one of the dudes was casting a spell called Indignation. We'll get to see what this is about. Also, I do believe I can skip this by pressing the button, which I think otherwise it takes a long time. And here, this is where the big blonde guy arrives after getting knocked out earlier, or, well, teleporting away. But apparently, he has been expected. I'm not gonna voice act the entire thing, because that would take quite a long time, but I will try to take bits and pieces of here that I think are interesting. After generations, this curse upon my family finally ends. Ten years have since passed. Alrighty. This young guy at the bottom is Kress, and this is his dad. He is the teacher in the local school for fencing and swordcraft, and of course Kress is reasonably acquainted with swords as well. Then his best friend over here is Chester. He has a little sister called Amy, and, well, Chester and Kress are going to go hunting today. Also, Amy tells him that he should be careful and come back safely. So that's quite adorable. Alrighty. And Cress's father also wanted to talk with him about something, about the pendant that he received for his birthday. And, well, he says, well, we can't talk about this after you go hunting, so it'll be fine. There's also this old guy over there called Tristan, who is visiting this home and is basically a friend of the family, from what I understand. Also, this is Cress's mom. She is sick. Cress tells her to go back inside and, you know, get healthy again. But she's always worried. And she gives us 2 apple gummies, which are the healing items in this game. Welcome to, well, the game. It is grid-based, so whenever I take a step, I always move a certain distance, but it is kind of like tiles and half tiles. So this is a rock, I can walk into it, but if I walk into it from like here and press down, the game automatically moves me like alongside, and let me tell you, ever since I played this game originally and then I played other tile-based games, I kind of missed this little quality of life thing where if you press against the corner of something, it just slides you right past it rather than getting stuck on it. It is so much nicer. Either way, I do believe this is a couple that is about to get married, so they are doing all sorts of preparations. I'm also going to change up the options real quick to set the message speed to as fast as possible, because that's what I prefer. And targeting, I think I usually set to manual. I'm actually not entirely sure if I remember this correctly. We can also change the window color. I'm gonna leave it as is. Oh, also, battle here. This is the battle panning. So basically at the beginning of combat, the camera swerves over to the enemies to show you them, and then swerves back. But during that, the battle is actually already going on, which is very distracting when you're just kind of trying to play the game and you don't see what your own characters are doing. So this is what I'm going to be changing. Also, I'm going to put Chester a little bit further behind in the battle formation here, so he'll be a bit safer, because he does have a bow. For hunting, that's pretty good, right? Now the funny thing is, Cress is using a sword for hunting, so it'll be fine. "48 months. With that said, however, thank you so much for 48 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. This is where we could buy some potions and other useful things, but I'm looking for something that I remember being in town here. Ah, there we go. I think this lady... Can you take that stone statue to the aisle? It's a stone statue of a bush baby. Carry it, yes indeed. Next to the window. Alright, we can pull objects and also push them. We apparently are supposed to put it next to the window, so I think this is about right. Is this right? Okay, she gives us 10 gold, thank you very much. And I just think all of these little interactions in the village are quite nice. So, let's go and hunt. Before that, Tristan goes and says that he's going back home and wishes us good luck. 4 years later, and now we have a game you played 2 decades ago using the same translation. Indeed. I really like this game. Also, this game is relentless in how difficult it is, so I'm just gonna save over this file. This file. So, this game has random encounters, and also a boar, apparently. The way random encounters works, or when it determines when you're going to get one, is the game decides to just give you a random encounter after a certain amount of steps. Then in combat, I have a few possible actions I can take. These are basically the weakest enemies, so we just kind of one-shot them. But basically, the game, or the battle system, is very rudimentary, if you will. I also forgot on how I even take the boar on, to be honest, because I think there was like a technique, but I might have to figure that out again. Either way, if I press the A button, my character automatically runs up to the enemy and whacks them. If I press the A button twice, he's gonna do a jumping attack. And I can also target which enemy I wanna go for here. I can also stop him from running back, because normally my character will decide to effectively just run back to where he started before going back to attack again. Oh, the Crescent, or Chester's almost dead here. So these enemies are genuinely rather dangerous. We also just learned Scion Bolt. So we have skills on our character here. And we have a long range skill, which is indicated by LR, long range and short range, Scion Bolt. So specifically, there is two ways of using skills. If you stand at a long range, you automatically use the long range skills. If you stand at a short range, you automatically use the short range skills. And there's not really a way for you to choose to use a short range skill at a long range and vice versa. Like, you cannot do that. You have to position yourself properly, which makes this kind of awkward as a combat system. The other thing is, there's only two skills you can select for each range. One is you just press the B button to use the skill, long or short range, whatever you have selected. And then you press, I think, up and B in order to select the other one. Or use the other one. That is the second one you can select. It's kind of been a while. Also, here we get a little cutscene where Cress is noticing something strange about this old dead tree here. And some weird apparition just tells Crest that he should protect this tree. Also, I just noticed. I'm gonna do this afterwards. Alrighty. After this weird thing, Chester comes back and says, "Huh, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." Well, maybe he has. Either way, they were hunting a boar in order to get some meat on the table, but the boar attacks because it's trying to protect the young ones. And I'm trying to knock out the young ones. So this has two purposes. One is, well, also let me use Apple Gummy on Chester, because he's about to get knocked out here. So I'm trying to be behind the boar, because the boar will frequently protect from the front, but behind it cannot block. So I just kind of walk up a bit and just start smacking it. The speedrun, you also want to have Chester get knocked out here in this combat, because then all the experience goes over to Chris, which is very useful. Killing the little boars gives you veal, which is a quite valuable item to sell, which is why you want to kill them. Also, there is no way normally to get past enemies. So even if I wasn't going after the little piggies afterwards, I actually needed to target them and attack them in order to get behind the boar, which would be my best positioning for this combat. And yes, many enemies and also the characters have very goofy stun sprites, which is kind of fun. Also, we hear the alarm bells ring from the town, so we need to head back there real quick. But before that, I actually noticed that I accidentally set a different setting. There we go. I don't know if you noticed a change, but there were like these little tiny scan lines across the screen, which is because I pressed a button. Also, we get attacked by bugbears and an owl, and I'm just gonna run away. If you press the L button, you can actually change the orientation of your character's formation to left and right. Or like your party's formation. And you can also run away from combat. Also, the main reason I'm not fighting this is because this music is one of the few pieces that is very repetitive, but it's also supposed to be. And we arrive back town, and yeah. What happened? Oh god, Amy! I've got to find her. So something really bad happened. And I distinctly remember playing this game as a kid, briefly, and I have to admit, I don't know if I originally played this with like the Japanese version or whether I had somehow the Game Boy Advance version played. I don't remember. But at the time, especially for the era this game was released in, it was shocking to me to have a beginning like this. May your soul rest in peace. They are straight up dead. Like, this is not a friendly game for that purpose. Also, I need to real quick change my SNES controller because this one has a slight weirdness to the D-pad. I think I selected the wrong one when setting up my SNES. Alright, back to the correct one. And, well, these two, they were about to get married. Well, I guess not anymore. And here, Cress's dad. And his mother. Still walking, but not for long. Mom, wake up! Don't die! Cress, run away. Go north to Euclid and see your uncle. The pendant. They? Who did this? And well... and they didn't even spare the little children. And Cress, well, taking his mother's last words to heart, says that, well, they should leave. They need to go to his uncle in Euclid. And something about the pendant. But Chester, having quite a resolve, decides to stay behind and stay here. And bury all of the villagers. If Cress doesn't want to stick around, that's fine. But yeah. And so they say goodbye. At least for now. And this is also where I really respect Chester, just kind of as a character, just purely from this one scene alone. And then also Cress remembers his mother's words, something about the pendant that he just received for his birthday. Is this what they were after? Well, and he figures if he has the pendant, he can't stay here. Because if they're after the pendant, Chester would be in danger if they figure out that it is somehow still here. Although, well, he kind of fails to recognize that they didn't know where the pendant was exactly to begin with. So him running away with it might not help too much either. So yeah. Yes, you can pick up the sword. Don't worry, I will. I'm gonna pick it up a little bit later. Welcome to Chapter 1. Revenge is what I like to call this. We no longer have Chester helping out with his bow and arrow in the back. We don't really have a good way of fighting these guys, especially the owls are airborne enemies that are kind of tricky to take down, so I'm just gonna run away here. Also, actually, I missed to answer a question earlier, and that question was, am I going to finish this today? Honestly, I'm not sure, probably not. Like, I'm gonna take my time with this game. So, well, here we are. Can't carry the statue, but maybe I can pull it around. So this is the tutorial in case you didn't do the thing in the town where you can move around the statues. And this here is a merchant. We can buy stuff. Specifically, I want to sell the 2 wheels that I got earlier from combat. And I'm gonna buy myself some apple gummies for healing. And a bunch of flare bottles. These increase my damage output by 30%. Actually, don't need that many apple gummies. By the way, if you played the fan translation, the menu is quite laggy. I don't need any apple gummies, do I? 2 should be fine. I just remembered I want to buy other stuff too. Also, There are random encounters in here that you can get to. So, 2 bugbears, you know what, sure. So all I'm doing here, by the way, is I'm just pressing the A button, my character runs up, and then whacks them. But if he gets whacked in return, because the enemy blocks and just returns the favor, I just kind of stay next to the enemy. Also, walking up to them and just swinging is usually easier, because you also have more time to get away from their swings. Four more bugbears. I mean, we can probably fight them, but as you could see earlier, they can block my attacks, just randomly. It's entirely RNG, if I'm not mistaken, unless you're sitting behind them. And this is reasonably dangerous, I think. It's really hard to tell for me. But well, once we have them cornered, it should usually be fine. And they gain another level. Very nice. Either way, just past this mountain pass, we get up here. If we were to go past the statue and up that mountain, that is just kind of a dead end. It's more like you go into the mountains instead, and there's some like basic items in there if you want to go that. But welcome to Euclid. Uncle Olsen's house is the northwest end of the town. Indeed. But before we go there, we need to pick up some important things. Welcome to the weapon shop. So in here we can buy some armor upgrades, a leather cap, a wooden shield, a round shield, chat boots. What are chat boots? Chat boots are an accessory, and all they do allow you to do is kind of like in Final Fantasy VI. They allow you to just run in the overworld. So they don't do anything for you in combat, but I can now move twice as quick. So this allows me to get around a little bit more quickly. Also, again, music is a huge focus of this game, and if you just kind of walk into certain areas, the music just smoothly changes, which is fascinating for the Super Nintendo. Well, we have a clown just doing things. Hey you, why not stop and watch my performance? It won't hurt to stop and watch. Why not take a load off? Some people, well, for a fair reason, don't like the fan translation too much. I think it is quite fine for the most part. There's only one boat-shaped exception that I don't like. But nowadays I'm also just kind of more in the vein of, you know, without the fan translation and the people putting in the work to translate it, I could never have played this, so I still appreciate their work. There's also a merchant here where I can, I think, buy some things if I wanted to. Ah yeah, this is where you normally buy the flare bottles, isn't it? Oh well. There's also iron boots that half your speed. Why would you want to equip those? Well, it will reveal itself a little bit later if I don't forget to use those. And here we have Uncle Olsen, and basically Crest just kind of confirms the rumors that his uncle already has heard about the attack on Crest's hometown, and he is allowed to stay for, well, as long as he needs to. And so, well, we just go to bed. However, while sleeping that night, Chris, I'm sorry. If I didn't tell them, they would have slaughtered the whole city. Please forgive me. If you cooperate, we won't have any trouble. So his uncle is forced, basically, to sell out his nephew. Because, well, it doesn't seem like he had much of a choice. Also, I do believe in subsequent versions of the game, specifically PlayStation, one of the knights actually goes back into the room, and then it fades to black instead. And you can kind of imagine what happens, a bit more explicit as opposed to now, where if we go later back to Uncle Olsen's house, he's just no longer present. Also, while Chester is literally burying his entire village, he hears footsteps of a horse or something. Someone is coming. And if it is the army that is coming back, he wants revenge. Chester never learns any skills, unlike any other character in the game. So this is kind of a little bit of an indication as to, you know, if you pay attention and know RPG tropes, you'll see. We have Alvin's son, sir. Good work. So this is some Black Knight, and all he was after are the pendants. He rips it away from Cress, and in the mirror we see something is up with this guy. He's possessed one way or another. Whether literal or figurative, we actually don't know. But Cress gets thrown into the jail cell because they have no more use for him. Also, fun fact, they are a little bit smarter than the guards in Chrono Trigger, because they actually take our weapon away. And well, I'll never be able to open this door with just my bare hands. Which makes sense, because what would you do? So, we're kinda trapped in here. Except for this little hole. There's no way I'll fit through that hole. Hello? Can you hear me? So someone on the other side of the wall apparently is trying to talk to Chris. He hears a woman's voice. Came from that hole. Please, give me your hand. Who's there? Someone who can help you. Give me your hand. Alright, put your hand through the hole. What's the worst that could happen? What is this? An earring? It's a little white horse. It's pretty, but how will this help? Place this on the wall, and you will be able to escape. Wait just a minute, who are you? Well, I'll give it a try. And as through magic, the earring apparently has some powers. Well, let's see our savior. Something about her is familiar. Almost as if I know her. So, who gave us that ring? The earring? Who would do such a thing? There's a sword stuck in her. And, well, this lady is pretty dead. Nobody else is here, so... well, we probably got saved by the ghost of this lady. But we now have a weapon again. A longsword. And we can actually pry open the bars with the sword. Yeah, this is not a friendly beginning of a game. There's also some stuff over here. This is specifically creamy cheese. What do you do with creamy cheese? Well, it's food. What do you do with food? You put it into your food bag. And then as you're walking around on the overworld, it will slowly heal you. Now, unfortunately, this largely is too slow to have any meaningful healing for the most part, so I just tend to sell these things instead of doing anything else. But also in this jail cell over here, we find another young lady locked up. Hello? Are you okay? I'm alright. Who are you? The name's Cress. And yours? I'm Mint. Thank you for rescuing me. Come on, we have to escape while we still can. No, not yet, wait, please. We've got to save my mother. She was also captured. I heard her from over there. What? No, I came from that way, and I didn't see anyone. Please, let's escape before the guards return. But, I thought... No, I know I heard my mother's voice. She was trying to cheer me up. I didn't know her voice anywhere. It was my mother. But alas, Mint relents, and Cress does want to spare her the vision of her mother. So, we escape. As in, if you try to go over there, Cress just says, no, this is not a good idea to go over there. It looks like a sewer entrance, and we pry the gate open. In the PlayStation version, they actually give you an axe in order to, like, pry open all the bars, because it tells you that the sword is not good enough for it, but the axe breaks as you open it, even though it would be so much of a better weapon if you could do this. But just kind of to demonstrate. This poor girl doesn't know her mother is dead. I can't let her know that yet. I can't let her know yet. It would be too much for her to bear. It's a bit of an assumption to make, but it's a fair decision to go for, I argue. There's Camembert in this game? Incredible. It might be. I don't know if this is a fan translation thing. But yeah, the music you just heard is Mint's theme, and it's one of my favorite music pieces in the game. Mint is a healer, she can help you with curing your wounds in battle. So that is technically true, but practically, in this version at least, Mint actually is exactly one experience away from level 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, she needs one more experience, and she actually does not have any healing until she is, well, leveling up, so we need to complete one combat with her. Over here we found some apple gummy for healing as well. That's 30% of your maximum health, by the way. And here we have slimes and leeches. Let's run away, because those leeches are just mean. They have a little ranged attack, they are hard to hit, have decently high block rate, and they are scary, let's put it this way. There's an orange gummy here. This orange gummy is used in order to refresh your TP, that is your magic points or technique points. Bugbears are fine. We can easily take them out, so Mint can actually get healed. I say easily take them out, but sometimes they decide to block anyways. By the way, I can stab instead of swinging. Each weapon Cress has a stab as well as a swing modifier for damage as well as bonus, and enemies also have weakness and resistance to stab and swing. And now here, Mint finally learns first aid, and now she can heal. Also, these little circles here are basically save points inside dungeons. They allow me to save and also use certain items that I think you couldn't otherwise use. Actually, I don't know if this is in this game, I don't remember. It's been too long. Either way, we can use first aid outside of combat and heal. It costs 5 MP each time. Also, you might be wondering, wait, didn't you pick up the running shoes? You could be running. Yes. But if I run in here, it actually uses up 2 steps towards the next enemy encounter. So the way the game works for enemy encounters randomly is, it just randomly chooses a number between, let's say 100 and 150. And then you can walk that many steps, 1, 2, 3, etc. until you get into that encounter. Basically, the game just counts down the steps until it reaches 0, and then you get into an enemy encounter. There's another slime here, and I'm just running away from the leeches. Slimes are fine, leeches are mean. Also, by the way, as I mentioned earlier, if I press down here, the game will just kind of lead me around the corner. And this is basically the same as if I were to walk 1 step left and 1 step down. However, for the purposes of getting into encounters, I actually only took 1 step. So in a sense, you can save yourself steps to do this. Plus, you can actually interact with chests from 1 step away as well. Or actually anything, not just chests. We also equip the wooden shield. This gives me a bit of a better chance to block enemy incoming attacks. It doesn't make a huge difference, but it's better than nothing. And here we have just one leech. Let me try to take on one leech. You want to do a swing. Huh? It's not blocking. There it is. Oh, I blocked. Alright. That went pretty well. As it is here. Oh, by the way, I think this section here, this little area, has no enemy encounters. So whenever you basically want to speedrun this game, what you want to try and do is know which rooms have no enemy encounters, because that will reset the step counter for it to get into the next encounter. Which, for the most part, you don't really know the exact number, because the random number it chooses is basically a function of... what's the word? The random number it chooses for how many steps you can take until the encounter is actually based on your luck stat. And each time you get into... also that's an ambush. Each time you get into one of the biggest story events, the game re-rolls your luck stat. I don't know why it does that, but effectively it's just still random, but if your luck stat is higher, you have more steps until you get into encounters, and if it's lower, it's less, just generally speaking. It's a bit confusing. So I go over here, grab this chest, that is 1000 gold, that's a lot of money. Absolutely worth picking up. There's also a chest in the far bottom right of this room. Here, this is the encounter I was looking for. 3 slimes. And I'm just hoping they don't block too much. By the way, the main reason why I did not pick up the sword earlier in the first village, that would be a really amazing sword, is because they actually take away all of your weapons when you get thrown into the jail cell. And that is how you're supposed to basically find the sword and then lose it afterwards. But if you just pick it up afterwards, well, I never lose it anymore. But it's also a strange weapon to have in your inventory, because you can never sell it or get rid of it anymore afterwards. Heal up a little bit. I would like to get one more level, so I might as well go for the other chest in the bottom right. I usually just skip that one because it's so far away, but this is a more casual approach of the game. By the way, I haven't even used my attack yet, my technique if you will, but I will in just a moment. On the next boss specifically, coming up very soon. Because for some reason, the sewers in here has a gargoyle just kind of protecting the exit. You know, normally I expect the gargoyles to be sitting on top of churches, but here it's in the middle of sewers. Crest gained the level, very nice. This should give me a little bit more wiggle room to make mistakes. Okay, this chest is a bit further away than I thought. It's not a chest, I guess, it's a bag with a savory. What's a savory? A mystical herb increases one's TP rating by 5%. So, TP rating, as in TP, is your magic points to your technique points to your skill points, if you will. And it increases it by 5%. This means the longer you wait using these things, the more it's going to increase your TP by, which is kinda nice. But at the same time, you might want to use it at some point, because, you know, it would be nice to actually have those at some point before the end of the game, right? It might be like the elixir where you think, well, but if I use it later, it's better, right? However, there's actually a secondary use as to why I'm not going to use these right now. Actually, more or less 2 secondary uses, but you'll get to that. But yeah. There's a rapier that I just found, so the rapier is a bit different than the longsword. It actually has a worse slicing attack, which is my main attack that I use, but a much better stab attack and much better accuracy. So I think I'm still gonna use this, but because the stab attack is generally worse, or like it is a slower animation, I prefer to not use it if I can. But here, if I stab, I'm gonna deal 19 damage. If I swing, I deal 12. But my accuracy is much higher, which means the enemies should have a lot less chance to block my attacks now. Even though the swing is less damage, it's just more accurate, so Also, unfortunately, the weapon in your hand never changes, like, sprite, so it's just always the same. Which is a bit of a shame, but, you know, considering how many other technical features they put into this game and how much attention to detail it has, I think that's fine. Mint also leveled up to level 4, which is very nice. We're gonna save, and let's try to defeat this boss here, because this boss, with 2 little slugs next to it, is the Sewer King. You'll never get by me. And I'm just gonna use Cyan Bolt, because let me tell you, if I press start and show you the enemies here, there's these 2 little slugs. They are mean, like really, really mean. And this sewer gargoyle is just this little flying guy that is just slowly hovering towards me. But I'm just knocking out the slugs by just using the Magiken or Cyan Bolt over and over. I'm also targeting the slugs here, and I'm trying to not encounter the boss. There we go, that was just enough TP. Alrighty, so now what I'm gonna try and do is, this guy is basically oscillating up and down, just kind of with his movement. Mint also has technically an attack, but just rarely does so. So what I want this guy to do is I want him to come down, and there we go. I want to be able to attack him from the back. Mint is gonna effectively just pinch him in, because he's just gonna keep walking into him, and this prevents him from moving for the most part. Also, I'm gonna tell Mint to heal herself. Alright, it's gonna go back up again, and come on, jump down. Basically, this boss here is kinda mean, especially if you're trying to, like, take him down normally. He is not easy, like, generally speaking, this game is not easy. In the beginning, at least, while you don't have that many tools. Once you get established and get some skills and equipment, where you don't instantly die to everything anymore, it gets a bit more reasonable, but the beginning is brutal. This is also why I didn't choose hard mode, as I mentioned before. Alrighty, we managed to get out of here. However, Cress jumps in front of the slug just attacking Mint, and, well, he takes a pretty bad hit from it. But Mint, the champion, is just gonna carry him to safety. And let me tell you, Mint is kind of the MVP of this entire playthrough that I tend to do. Especially in the speedrun. In my personal opinion, she is the MVP. But yeah, Cress passes out, Mint carries him somewhere to safety, hearing the same footsteps that we heard earlier when Chester was around. Thankfully, it turns out that these footsteps were not from the Black Knights that were attacking the village, but rather, it was from this guy. This is Tornix D. Morrison, and Tornix here is also a friend of the family. Or, well, a friend of Cress's father, to be specific. And, well, he was one of those guys that you saw at the intro cutscene that sealed away the big blonde guy. Thankfully, he found us, and Mint carried us also to safety, and they tell us to go and get some fresh air. So we do. There's also a little doggy. Oof. Bong! Somebody's training with bow and arrows, and the only guy we know that has bow and arrows, at least for now, is Chester. The two friends are kind of elated to see each other still alive somehow, and, well, they get reunited. But also, this is where the plot basically starts to begin, as to Tornix D. Morrison is one of the people that sealed away the big blonde guy at the beginning of the game, in the intro cutscene, and this is where he realizes as to Mint's mother was also one of those people, and Cress's father. All of those were kind of present, and they created 2 necklaces that sealed away dolls. However, Mint's mother is dead. They got her necklace, and Cress had his necklace taken away by the Black Knight. So both of those are now in their possession. And Tornix basically goes, "No, you cannot come with me. I mean, they defeated you easily, hadn't they? Have you ever bested your father with a blade?" "Well, no." And he basically says, "Well, listen, these guys managed to kill your father, and he was fighting. Then we should probably stay back here, right?" But of course, Chester and Cress, they want revenge for what they've done to their village. And Mint, she doesn't technically know her mother is dead, but she probably suspects it by now. I guess she's not gonna stop them, rather. They want to go for it. But, well, the speech Tornix told them earlier was kind of convincing there. You know, Cress has never even bested his father, and somebody murdered his father. But here's also Tristan. Tristan tells them that Tornix is a self-important prick, and, well, he actually recognizes Mint as being Meryl's daughter, as in Meryl is Mint's mother, or was anyways. And he tells them that, just get ready guys, gather some equipment, a bit of experience, and go for it. Don't just sit around here. Huh? What is it, Cress? Oh no, I lost the earring. Where could it have gotten to? The earring that basically was like shaped like a little white horse that allowed him to get free from the prison cell. And that's the one he was thinking of. And also, this is the intro music. I'm just gonna let it play out while I buy some stuff here from this merchant. Very conveniently located. So I'm going to buy a longbow here, which is a way better weapon for Cress, for Chester. I could buy chainmail for defense, but I think it's largely not necessary. I am going to buy a second pair of jetpacks for later. And aside from that, I'm gonna buy a bunch of flare bottles to increase my damage output in combat. I think I want to have like 3 orange gummies for TP recovery, and the rest is just healing items. Right, equip the longbow. Now we have 3 people in the party, so I'm going to set the tactics as follows. I think Chester wants to go berserk in order to just keep attacking. I actually don't know what the settings exactly do. We're gonna keep Mint in the far back, Chester a bit further behind, and you go here. I'm kind of mostly winging it, like I don't have a clear plan on how to do this. And well, again, apparently it is quite insanely ridiculous to have a fully voiced song on a Super Nintendo, because they had to do some like on-the-fly music track swap shenanigans in order to be able to accomplish this. Also, there's a heavy stone right here. What's a heavy stone? It's an accessory that you can equip. What's it do? It makes you really heavy. Which means gravity spells can no longer affect you. They can be annoying, but they're not actually going to be an issue anytime soon. I just thought it was funny that there's a rock over there, so I wanted to pick it up. Alrighty, to the east is the catacombs that we are supposed to enter to confront the Black Knights, but we're gonna run away just a little bit longer. to prepare for those encounters. So this was the original path I took in the speedrun when I first routed it, where I went all the way back over here in order to get back home, where you can see all the work Chester has done, just kind of bearing literally his entire, well, family as well as friends. Oh, by the way, Tornix D. Morrison also helped Chester bury the remainder of the people, so he, well, helped there too. Here lies Amy Barklight, Cher's sister. Rest in peace, rest in peace. I think most of these don't have any other text as well. Except for these. Here lies Maria Alvin, beloved wife and mother. Here lies Miguel Alvin, beloved husband and father, and true hero. Well, the attackers did leave a weapon behind, and I do intend to use this against them. So here we go. The sword doesn't belong here. It's not mine, and it's not Dad's. Perhaps it belonged to the one of the people who attacked us. And we get a Night Saber. This is a really powerful weapon for this point of the game. Much better slice bonus. Almost as good of a stab bonus as the rapier. So it's a pretty good weapon for this point of the game. The speedrun nowadays just kind of goes straight for the catacombs with the rapier, I think. Because it is, you know, not as good slash, but I believe the bosses coming up are mostly resistant to slash damage anyways. So I'm trying to get bumped to the side by the mountains here, because this can possibly skip an overworld encounter if you're lucky. Also, let's just try out the weapon. 102 damage. Whenever the screen flashes, by the way, that is a critical hit. I don't actually know what the chances were a critical hit. But yeah, the overworld is a little bit different, in that whenever you get bumped alongside that terrain, like if I press to the right here, you do in fact take 2 steps. However, if the counter happens at the counter until the next enemy encounter happens to be 1, you take a double step here. It actually skips that encounter. But because I don't know what the exact number is, it's just random if I manage to skip a random encounter or not. Alrighty. By the way, you cannot run on the overworld. That's another thing to note, I guess. But we are ready to tackle the catacombs and avenge our friends, our family. And hey, there's Tristan, who told us to go, because, well, he tells us that Tornix is a bit of a stopgap guy, but, you know. Oh, right, actually completely forgot about this. There are combo attacks in this game where you need to, like, master or use certain abilities a certain amount of times. Where I think we need to use double kick and Scion Bolt like, what, 100 times in order to unlock this or something like that? I have to admit, I don't remember how this system works, whatever. Yeah, here, 18% learned of Scion Bolt, and we need to learn dual, or use dual kick for a while. So, for the most part, I have never found these combo attacks to be particularly useful. Also, look at this sign. Doesn't it look marvelous? If you know anything about the speedrun of this game, you might be you might know what I'm currently doing. Actually, let me real quick see if I can visualize this. Let's see. I don't know if this actually works if I try to activate it in the middle. Input viewer. Ah, this would work. Hold up. Hey Hat's Face, welcome. I hope you're doing well. There we go. So this is my input. And actually, I don't want to have it be on the middle of the screen, to be honest. Just kind of somewhere on the side. This is gonna cover up one of the more important characters. And it's fine over here. Alrighty, so I'm pressing the A button here. You might be wondering why I'm doing this. Because I'm interacting with this sign. So, I don't know why, but in this game, whenever you're interacting with an object, like reading a sign, opening a chest, or activating a lever or something like that, the game increases your step counter until the next encounter by 1. But the maximum number it can possibly have is 255. So that means if I press the A button 255 times, interacting with the sign from the side where you can't read it, I can effectively walk around without ever getting into an encounter, because once the counter reaches 255 steps, plus 1 makes it 0. But 0 normally means that I should get into an encounter, but the game can only put you into an encounter if you take a step. So I can theoretically just now walk around forever until I go into the next room. So that entire thing was basically for nothing, unless I just really wanted to avoid an encounter in that one room. Because it just basically redecides on steps on various screens. Oh, wave, hey Galronis, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And welcome as well, OTP, I'm not sure if I said that. Welcome as well, Xeth. I hope you're all having a lovely day. Welcome to this place. There are these sarcophagi in the catacombs, and, you know, we need to get stronger, so of course, we open the sarcophagus hoping for some amazingly powerful weaponry. And, of course, they are being guarded by zombies who ambush us. I love these goofy zombie animations, by the way. This is also where Chester starts becoming more and more useful, because he actually deals really good damage and has really high accuracy. Whenever he actually connects with his arrows, there's that. We found a protector ring. What's it do? I actually don't know. Oh, this ring absorbs a melee attacks, but has a 99% chance of disintegrating. So basically, you absorb 1 melee attack. I've never found a use for this thing, by the way. Because you get hit so frequently by random encounters and even bosses, it doesn't seem terribly useful to me, at least. And here we also get a spy lens. What's a spy lens do? It tells you the HP of an enemy in combat. It's a very cheap item, but hey, it's something that we could use if I don't forget about it. But I think it only works specifically for that encounter, so item, where's my spy lens? 130 HP. 0 TP, so it doesn't have any technique points. It just gets slapped around. Mint gained a level, and she learned hammer. So this is actually very handy. And an hourglass. Oh, I forgot this was here. That's good. Either way, this is where Mint actually goes from, well, just passive to actively helpful, because Hammer, she throws basically Hammer from the back row and stuns enemies. Which is very nice, because stunning enemies means they can't do anything, and they also cannot block your attacks. There's also Pikahan. I would prefer if she, like, preserved her MP, but that's okay. We found a chainmail. I actually forgot that could be a thing, but hey, with the defense, why not? 2 more defense. I thought that was a lot more. I actually don't know how much 2 defense is in this game. Also, the central door, by the way, I just walked past. We can't go in there yet. We're gonna come back there. Ambush again. Also, the hammer can fail hitting and stunning the enemies, but that's alright. And we get a rune bottle. Alrighty. Rune bottles are one of the most powerful items and also quite fun items in the entire game. These things Use this to identify unknown items or transform some items. We can use the rune bottle on a savory in order to make it stronger, so instead of it being 5%, it will be a red savory for 10% TP increase. And if we use a second rune bottle on it, instead of TP increase, it will be HP increase. I can also use it on an hourglass. An hourglass stops time for enemies specifically for 5 seconds in combat. And 5 seconds is an eternity, but you can make it 2 eternities by using a rune bottle on it in order to... I forget what the item is called, but it stops time for 10 seconds, which is really, really, really good. Do I go over here first or the other one? I don't remember. That's alright. Also, I'm gonna actually tell Mint to not attack, because her hammers are really not necessary in these random encounters. I'd rather her keep her TP for healing outside of combat and the hammers for bosses. Chronoglass, that sounds about right. Alrighty, next up we go, I think, over here. It's been a while since I did all of this. So over here there are 2 things to note. One is we found some cheese. We can heal up with the cheese. I'm just gonna demonstrate this. If I use cheese, a standard hunk of cheddar, in the bottom right you can see we have 0 food. So I'm gonna put 200 food in the sack. Now, Cress has 255 HP. I take 1 step, 255. 1 more step, 265. So he used 10 food to heal 10 HP over time, which is kind of the entire point of this. 8 years unlocked, holy cow. Alright, thank you so much for 96 months of support. That's a ridiculous amount of time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty, this is the statue. I think I can push the statue around. Yeah, well, the statue can also push you around. And this is where I was a bit premature in setting Mint to be... passive, because this is kind of where I want her to use the hammers. Also, these guys absorb the machine cannon, or Zion Bolt, I guess. These guys have really high block rate, so the hammer just stunning them so they can't block anymore is amazing. But hey, there we go. Holy Bottle acquired. So these golems have a 100% drop rate for a Holy Bottle. So what's a Holy Bottle do? Well, if I use it outside of combat, actually you can't use it in combat. If you use it, it gives you 255 steps until the next enemy encounter. And as long as the aura lasts, every time the game decides on how many steps it should give you until the next enemy encounter, it is another 255 steps. That's the maximum available. So I have this little white aura, but also, not just running depletes the step counter twice as quickly, but also pushing and pulling objects. So me pushing and pulling that statue around does in fact make it so I lose much more, or many more steps towards, well, enemy encounters. However, if you know which rooms have no encounters in them, you can briefly dip into those and get back out to where you need to go in order to reset the step counter. The Holy Bottle aura lasts for 500 steps total. I feel some strange energy radiating from this. We'd better keep it with us. And we found the Lace Ruby. What's a Lace Ruby? I have no idea. But it's a ruby that we need in order to open up a door. So I'm just checking what's over here because I don't remember. It's been too long since I played this game. Oh, some chests. Orange gummy found. Creamy cheese found. Remedy bottle found. Remedy bottle is nice. Alright, Mint. Don't use mana right now. Did I already learn double kick and I just didn't realize it? I did, dual kick, there we go. Dual kick is a close range like technique that is actually pretty good. Okay, next up, I'm gonna go up here. So I believe one of these statues. Right, that did something in the room on the left, and I can increase my steps by mashing the A button, interacting with the switch I already activated. No, we don't get encounters anymore. In this room anyways. There's another chain now. Wait. Is that different than the... No, it's the same. I guess you can also equip one if you want to. He shouldn't get hit because he's usually in the back row, but you know, I might die and then he gets hit. And here we found a sage and mixed gummy. Mixed gummies are basically healing both HP and TP, which is kinda nice. And the sage, I don't remember what it does. Oh, the sage is what increases your HP by 5%. You use a rune bottle on it, it becomes a red sage, giving you 10% HP. And if you use another rune bottle on it, it would, well, transform back into the TP plus 10% item. Also, I dawdled around way too long. The holy bottle effect has run out and we get into encounters again. But because this is not a speedrun, I think that's okay. Also, by the way, Chester always needs to walk into the position relative to where my character is before he starts attacking. So if I walk up to the enemies, he walks right behind me before he starts shooting. Kinda like this. And we gain some levels. Because why not? This room here would have no encounters if I'm not mistaken, so I can just run through this. It would also reset the holy bottle like step counter, so I would be able to get through. Also, by the way, these little side rooms here, they have no encounters in them, so if I just dip into this one and this one, I will most likely avoid random encounters. In fact, when you get your first holy bottle, you may get one more encounter, but then you get no more encounters ever in the speedrun, as long as you manage your holy bottles well enough. Which is quite a challenge. Okie dokie, so there's this little pentagram on the... That's not a pentagram, that's a... hexagram? Is that what you call this thing? This would be a hexagram, right? Either way. We go on here. And ride the platforms. I don't know what's in these chests. I think some of these chests actually have some interesting stuff in them. But first of all, we need to pull this lever. Which extends the platform over there, so we will be able to go a bit further south. More enemy encounters. Ooh, falcons and skulls, please. Spooky. I'm getting loaded here. So this is the danger of... We acquired chicken because we've defeated falcons. That's funny. This is the danger of me using manual targeting. So I was actually I kept targeting the falcon that backed off, and it just kind of dragged me into the middle of the enemies. Hey, chicken. More food in the food sack. Also, I probably should not rely on that healing. I'm just gonna use first aid equipment. Chest from the hand is probably fine. Get a rabbit's foot and cheese. Well, that's actually funny. Actually know what a rabbit's foot does now, I guess. It increases luck. So this means we get into less random encounters. I do actually wonder what kind of effect it would have on your step counter. I assume it also has an effect on your critical hit chance, but I actually don't know if that's true or not. What is my luck right now? 103, I think that's pretty high. Either way. Let's see. I think... Oh yeah, this is the electric floor basement. Very unhealthy. Don't step on this unless you have to, which you have to if you do this. Oops, I dropped the lace ruby. Great, good job, Chris. So this is kind of a little fun event where you drop the lace ruby. So what do? Well, you can just go down the stairs on the right side and go and pick it up. Or a little bit of a cheeky way of doing this, which is not quite intended. Instead of having to hunt after the lace ruby, you can actually just leave the room and go back inside. Hello? I cannot leave the room. I thought I could leave the room. I thought you needed to leave the room, and then you get the lace ruby dropped again. Am I wrong? Did it disable because I got an encounter on the same step I stepped onto the thing here? I'm confused. I'm very confused. I thought you could just leave the room again and get the cutscene where he drops the lace ruby a second time. Either way, the lace ruby is over here. And... fun fact, you can interact with objects from one tile away. The developers didn't anticipate this, so we can just recover the lace ruby right here, or we can drop it further down into the pit. You can actually literally just grab the lace ruby here and move on. You don't have to do anything beyond that. Just kind of funny to me. Also, different encounters are more difficult to run from than others. There will later be an item which allows us to run away from encounters twice as quick. Oh, now I can get back. I see. Oh, I see, I remember. I did pick up the lace ruby, but I dropped it again. But I should still have it in my key items if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it's a treasure up there. Yeah, I have the lace ruby now, so that's why you leave the room. You need to go and pick up the lace ruby, go back, then you would drop it again. Then we're floating. So this floaty here is actually nice to be able to avoid the electrical floor in the bottom. But because we already have the lace ruby, we don't have to go to the electrical floor. There's nothing else down there, I think. It's literally just... well, mean enemies. Which I think is quite amusing. Alright. Welcome to the boss fight of this area. 2 golems. Ambush attack. And let me tell you, this is where we really want Mint to start using her hammers. And this is also where we're gonna use a flare bottle. We're gonna use one on Chester, and this is going to increase his damage output a lot. And I can't use items too quickly after each other. And then I want to use a flare bottle on Crest as well, so he has also better damage output, and this is where I use my double kick. The double kick uses the stab as the last attack, which is why the rapier is actually a pretty decent weapon here. Oops, don't use Sign Bolt. So the flare bottles don't last for particularly long. Also, if you open the menu, they do not last through the menu, as in the timer until they are disabled counts down during the menu, which is a bit inconvenient. Also, by the way, the damage you deal is multiplied before defense reduction of the enemies, meaning that it's actually usually a lot more than just 30% more damage that you do. And we get some levels and 2 more holy bottles. Malice, your time is up. Oh, Malice is his name. Well, we managed to arrive just in time for the ultimate showdown. Unfortunately, this also means that we just briefly distract Tornix D. Morrison, as Malice manages to break the seal. Which, if you know anything about, you know, stories, video games, and general things like that, you might recognize that this is a kind of a bad thing when they release the big bad evil guy again. So Malice was basically being possessed or whispered to, one way or another, that, well, he should do this. Gather the 2 necklaces and 3 dolls. So even though dolls was sealed, he still had some influence over the easily to be influenced ones. The greedy ones. The one that was yearning for power over anything else. So Malice was used as a tool. And it's so often, Malice now demands that he wants the power, he wants to be the powerful one. What do you mean? You serve me! Now, I released you. All who oppose me will die. Let me refresh your memory. You came to this shrine 3 months ago, and I enticed you into finding the penance for my release. Your weak mind is your undoing. I hope hell has something special in store for you, you weak-minded buffoon. So of course it doesn't go the way that Malice kind of would like this to go. But he at least manages to dodge the initial attack. His soldiers not being so lucky. Well, neither was he the second time round. And Tornix recognizes that this is a really bad situation, and he has one and only one option left at this point. He gives Cress a book. Take this book with you and remember your parents. And then he starts chanting a spell. Your time is up, old man. And Chester recognizes that Tornix does not have enough time if he doesn't do something. Jumps straight at Dawes, interrupts whatever he was doing, and Tornix managed to finish his spell. Chester, wake up! Where did you send them, old man? Ha! You think I'm going to tell you? I know they fell through time. I'll find out when and where they are. And when I do, they're finished. Well, he knows about the time travel shenanigans. And this is how the story begins. Thanks, Chester. And Tornix. Neither Mint nor Cress have any idea as to where they landed. They have no idea that they are in a different time zone either. It looks nice, but what are they gonna do now? What's in the book that Tornix handed to us? The Journal of Tornix D. Morrison. Long ago, Dawes fought with 4 warriors, but he escaped through a time portal to our time. Miguel and Maria Alvin, Meryl Atnade, and myself, Tornix D. Morrison, sealed Dawes in a sarcophagus with an incantation. So basically, both of Cress's parents, Mint's mother, and Tornix T. Morrison himself, the seal could only be dissolved by the 2 pendants used in the incantation to create the barrier. Sir Miguel took one of them, and Lady Merrill took the other. We vowed never to meet again or discuss what transpired that day, for fear that someone may release the monster called Daos. Well, now we know the connection, and we still have Justice Bow, a little bit, broken, because it's probably about a bunch of other things that got broken. You look in a familiar, we land in a familiar looking place. Welcome to Baladin Village. It's not quite the name this village had in the present, but this is the same village that we were in, or are going to be in, about 100 years from now. Ultraval, thank you so much for a crazy tier 3 for 76 months subscription. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. So, Cress and Mint are trying to figure out where they are currently, so they are kind of meeting the villagers and also the elder who invites them back home to just kind of figure out as to what exactly happened here. And, well, how to proceed at this point.
No one seems to know anything about this totus of yours. But for some reason, I don't think you're lying to me. Is it possible you were sent here by magic?
And this is actually kind of an interesting point here. What's magic? Because Cress and Mint, neither of these actually know what magic is, because 100 years from now, magic has effectively gone extinct. It does no longer exist for some reason. So people just kind of forgot about this over the years. The abilities that Mint is using is kind of like from a different source, if I'm not mistaken. Like healing magic is slightly different. So, well, the Elder invites them to, well, visit their house. Linus, I know the name from somewhere. The Elder's called Linus.
I can't believe you've never heard of magic.
I can't believe that you don't know mana. It's the power of healing. So Mint kind of says mana is the healing stuff, and she can heal. Casting first aid.
Wow, I feel 10 years younger. But I don't have a clue how you did that.
10 years younger, so he would only be like 190 years old instead. Magic is like this.
Fireball!
He just shoots a fireball out the door. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I like this old guy, he's great. And the Elder also instructs us that Daos has been in power here for over a decade. So actually, unlike where we come from, where Daos was just released, Daos has been in control for over a decade, which could mean that we are in the future or in the past. I already spoiled it, it's in the past. We must be in a different time period. But yeah. These houses, this is our past. The year is 4202. 100 years in the past? I think I'm going to faint. Oh.
Elder, look at what you did!
He shot the fireball out the door. I like this guy. Later on he can also teach you some magic if I don't forget about it. I also don't know the triggers anymore.
This is amazing. I can't believe it is. Visitors from our future.
There's no other explanation. So somehow, Daos has been defeated already where we came from, sealed away, and now was just released. And then we are 100 years earlier, something like that.
Daos can only be hurt by magic. That's why Alvanista and Midgard are researching it. The problem is that you can't use magic.
Really? Why not?
Humans can't use magic. Only those with the blood of elves can. Elves? Well, pure-blooded elves or half-breeds.
That's the only way?
Don't worry, I'm sure you can find someone who is willing to help you in the fight against Daos.
Is there anyone you can think of?
So you're really thinking about going after Daos?
Of course! Maybe that's why we were sent here.
Perhaps, but...
Please, we have to do something for Pornix and Chester's sake.
In Euclid, north of here, a man by the name of Cloth F. Lester has devoted his life to studying magic. He's a stubborn fool, and may seem standoffish though.
Thanks for all your help.
It really was my pleasure. You look tired. I'd be honored if you'd stay the night here.
Thank you for your kindness.
About ready to hit the sack.
Good night. And this is one of my favorite little scenes in the game here, where, you know, Mint just kind of points out that Cress, what is it? There's 2 of us and only 1 bed. What? Cress is a little bit slow in the pickup here, but he goes, oh, you know, that's, I'll just sleep over here. I love this little scene. Good night. He just sleeps on the floor. It just kind of... There's so much, like, character in these little scenes, with so little invested, if you will. Then they're just kind of reminiscing, thinking, talking about as to what they have to do, what does they have to accomplish, where they came from. And Cress just says, well, tomorrow's another day. But Mint, well, she can't sleep that easily. Good night. I like the little touches where Mint just basically briefly checks on Crest, sees that he has no cover, goes to grab a blanket, slowly moves over to him to cover him, and then just ever so slightly increases her movement speed to get back to bed. Like, those are the little touches I love about this game. It's so good. Also, meow. Thanks, Elder. He lives in Euclid, and this is going to be our next destination. Welcome to Baladam Village. And well, we could try to buy some new weapons here if we wanted to, but I don't think there's anything that I want in particular. Sure, this thing is stronger, but we're gonna get better stuff very soon, so don't worry about it. No urine, it can be. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, welcome to the past. Welcome to what I like to call Chapter 2. I'm gonna take a short break here, everybody, and then we're gonna continue right after. Thank you so much for watching. Let's continue, shall we? Alrighty, and we're back. So, our next destination is going to be visiting Clarth F. Lester in Euclid, because apparently Euclid is still Euclid, even though the village down here was apparently at some point renamed to Totus instead of Baladam, which it is currently. So, we kind of more or less take the same path again up to Euclid that we did before. However, the enemies here are a bit stronger than prior, and also quite spooky because they deal a lot of damage, have good resistances, and I'm just gonna run away from them because this is unhealthy. Good job, Mint. Do that again. Nice. Mint is protecting us while running away. This is also where I could actually use a holy bottle here. Where are they? So in the golem encounter earlier, I got 2 more holy bottles, which once again prevents random encounters. And we don't currently have the equipment to reasonably easily take them on, so let's just go to Euclid. We will soon get some upgrades, let's put it this way. Alrighty, welcome to Euclid. There's actually quite a few little secrets in this place here. And there's this lady here. Hey, what's shaking? None of your business, piss off. So Mint immediately identifies this as her being lovesick. Or something of that equivalent. Either way, I think you could do like a little side quest here, but I actually don't know how it works. It's obvious she is lovesick. Stars in her eyes. And Mint is appalled by Crush just having no idea what the heck is going on. Here's a rune bottle and a mixed gummy in the side chests. Very nice. The mixed gummies, by the way, sell for 1000 gold. I don't plan on using them. They're going to be useful later, but way later. But right now, I'm more interested in just having the money for them instead. And I don't actually remember the other locations I want to go to. I do think the food system in this game is an interesting concept. Oh dear. But it just is not quite fleshed out enough, unlike in later games. Well, the musicians are trying their best. Yep. And this is part of the reason why some people don't like the fan translation that much, because it's a bit blunt on the nose, if you will. Alrighty, how do I get over here? Because I forget. There we go. We found a charm bottle. I don't remember why that thing was important. Oh yeah, right, you get a 30% discount at stores. How did you find your way up here? Nice view, huh? Charm bottles basically are really nice to buy bulk items for cheap. And besides that, this is Euclid. An early version of Euclid, as you might be able to tell, but this is the reason why we're here. Welcome to Clarf F. Lester's house. He is a bookworm, as you might be able to tell, but he is kind of obsessed with the concept of being able to cast magic, despite being human himself, which apparently in this world prevents him from being able to cast magic. Also, he is rather, well, standoffish, as the other guy told us, the elder from the village. Mr. Lester will be looking for a way to harness magic. Also, he wants 100,000 gold in expenses payable up front in order for him to teach us. We have no way of having that much cash. Well then, sweet thing, you'll just have to come back when you've got the gold. Don't call me that. Well, you never properly introduced yourself. So he is smart, but also not a friendly kind of smart. But thankfully, when we tell him that we are trying to take on dolls, he is also kind of like, wait, what the heck are you guys trying to do? That's ridiculous. And still says, I'm not doing anything before I get paid, but his fiancée, I guess, is just kind of telling him that, you know, you should not be that rude, and, well, surely there's someone else that can replace him. What? How can you say this total bullcrap about me? You're not showing that you're dependable. So basically, she just kind of coerces him into helping us, because she just tells them, well, there's probably somebody else who can do better than Cloth, and he's kind of torn between trying to keep being standoffish and being, you know, having his pride about what he has accomplished and researched so far. But his research so far has yielded that the only way he reasonably can be able to cast something resembling magic is to make pacts with elemental spirits. And this is kind of going to be the way he is going to attempt to be able to cast magic despite being a human. And let me tell you, as much as he is just a bit of a meanie, he does warm up to you eventually, and more importantly, he did do his research. Like, he is not just somebody who is too stuck up for himself. He did do a lot of preparations and figured out how to best attune to the spiritual world. I do believe it is described that he has all sorts of tattoos over his body that kind of attune him more to the spirit world, although I think that might be a description the PlayStation version actually ends up giving you. Either way, he has a rather favorable description there. So, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna use the rune bottle, which transforms an item, or identifies it, into a charm bottle. And it now transformed into the lotus perfume. The lotus perfume is basically, it gives you a 50% discount at stores. However, the money, well, the items here don't cost enough yet for me to worry about using these. And this is also where I realized that I forgot to buy... Hold up. Not buy. Either way, the Lotus Perfume sells for 10,500 coins. So effectively, unless we save that much money on the purchase, then it's better to actually just straight up sell the Lotus Perfume, which is what I'm going to be doing. But here's where you for the first time can go ahead and buy holy bottles. You can only have a maximum of 15 of each item in your inventory. But this will allow me to effectively avoid encounters, because they are kind of mean in the early game especially. But most importantly, I forgot to go and pick up one important item, so I'm going to briefly just go back. Oh, by the way, if you go from the overworld into a dungeon here, it does not reset your step counter, I think anyways, but if you leave, then it resets your step counter, so I can go outside, back inside, and now I will guarantee not getting into any encounters in here. Because I have 255 steps to traverse that, despite running, cutting that down to 128 steps. So this is what I forgot here. There are two chests that I want. There's a spy lens, that's the wrong one. This is a life bottle, which is nice to revive a character. A stake is also not what I was looking for. A mystical rune, there we go. This is one of the items I want. This item allows my characters to cast spells in combat quicker. Clark doesn't have any spells yet. Like, he literally is trying to figure out how to cast spells to begin with. But the elixir is the other item that I want. Elixir does what you expect it to do in an RPG. It heals your HP and MP, or well, TP in this game, to full. Basically, you get a full heal. However, the main reason I want it is not to heal. I want that thing in order to be able to... what's the word? It sells for 10,000 gold. That's what I want it for. And let me be real, when I first played this game casually, and I saw that you could sell the elixir for 10,000 gold, I immediately sold it, because I'm one of those people who never uses the consumables unless absolutely necessary, and I recognize that, wait, if I can sell it for this much money, it's probably worth a lot more to me in the long run than, well, the elixir would be eventually, maybe possibly, so there's that. Jeff, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to a casual-ish playthrough of Tales of Phantasia. I'm gonna sell the Lotus Perfume, and I'm going to sell the... elixir. Where is the elixir? Hello? There it is. It's in the middle of the thing for some reason. Alright, we get 20,000 coins. And, importantly, this is where I can finally get better equipment. The warrior sword is as good as it gets for now for equipment power. Actually no, excuse me. The crescent axe is strictly better in every regard. It does cost 1,800 coins, but, well, we have plenty of that for now. It is effectively just 2.5 times better than the current weapon I have. The stab is not really noticeably better, but because I'm using mostly a slash attack, that is still really good. And next up, we're gonna also buy some supplies. We gotta buy orange gummies and apple gummies for full. We're gonna buy some remedy bottles. We don't need too many actually. And some life bottles in case I get some characters knocked out as well. And flare bottles to increase my power in combat. Medicine bottle doesn't do actually anything. Cures poison but reduces your strength by 20% if used in battle. I don't think this is relevant ever, but I'm gonna buy one. Did I sell any? No. We need to buy a rope and a pickaxe in order to proceed to the next dungeon. So I'm gonna buy these here as well. I want to buy 2 dark bottles, I think. And we buy more holy bottles. We could also buy some iron boots here. Iron boots makes you heavier, decreasing your speed by half. Why would you want to use those? Well, because if I'm not mistaken, these actually turn into a really good item if you use a rune bottle on them. I don't have any more rune bottles, but we will get them eventually. Alright. Just gonna equip everything we have at this point. Items, I'm gonna set them to the last acquired. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of something silly. I'm gonna actually go ahead and sell 1 flare bottle, 1 orange gummy, and I don't need the protect ring. Don't need the short bow anymore, the rapier, the tunic. Basically just empty my inventory, but more importantly, I also want to sell 1 orange gummy as well as 1 apple gummy. Yes, for sure. I'm also going to use a holy bottle right here. So I already did. Then, next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to buy 1 apple gummy, 1 orange gummy, a flare bottle, and the holy bottle. And the entire purpose of this is literally just to arrange my inventory in a way that is convenient for me. Now, holy bottles are in the first spot, so I have easy access to them in the menu. Orange and apple gummies are easily accessible, and flare bottles are here just for combat purposes later. And that's my setup. It's not really relevant, like, I have time to menu, like, in combat, you have as much time to menu as you want to. I just like having it more convenient in the long run. Okay, wait. I'm trying to think. Wasn't there like a little cutscene with somebody where... Oh no, that's coming up, never mind. That's literally right here. I thought it was in the previous city. Also, welcome to one of my favorite songs in the game. This might be my entire favorite song right here. Where are we? This is the Long Valley. Legend has it that air spirits live here. Air spirits? Summoning is the art of creating a bond with a magical spirit that allows you to call them to use their powers. These contracts are symbolized by and manifested in an appropriate ring. A ring? Let's talk to the man in this house.
Pardon me, sir. You're Bart, are you not? Who are you? My name is Clarth. I want to contract with the spirits of air. That isn't advisable right now. Ever since that earthquake a while ago, the mountain selves seem to have gone stark raving mad. Climbing the mountain may be impossible. I'm really in a hurry. I have plenty of money for the ring I need. Well, you seem to really need it, so I will give you the opal ring. But you've got to do something for me in return. What do you mean? Several weeks ago, my daughter disappeared. I'm worried she may have tried to climb the mountain.
alone is too dangerous for a young girl. Please look for her. Agreed. You give us the ring and we'll look for your daughter. Her name is Archie. She's easy to spot because she's always got long pink hair that she always keeps up in a ponytail. She's friendly, you can't miss her. You have my word. Alrighty. So we get the opal ring. And in case you're curious about combat, Clarf here, if you give him the opal ring, this increases his defense by a stupid amount, plus 15 defense, which is a lot at this stage of the game. You can effectively use him to just tank everything. He also only has a melee attack, kind of like Mint, so neither of your characters can do particularly much, or neither of your party members can do particularly much offensively in combat right now. He can whack enemies with a book, and he basically takes no damage thanks to the opal ring, but yeah. So, what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to use a holy bottle, which increases my step counter until the next enemy encounter to 255. Then I interact with these rocks, which you need the pickaxe for. You would get stuck here, you have to go and buy a pickaxe. And now it is +1 to the step counter, 255 plus 1 equals 0, because it rolls over. So effectively there's no more random encounters in this area here. And this sylph here just blow us to the side. And unfortunately for us, we have to actually make sure that they don't do that, so... I forgot to equip the weapon, didn't I? No, I have it equipped. I'm gonna use the flare bottle on Crest so he deals more damage. And he effectively just one-shots these poor little sylph sprites. And here's one of the awkward parts. I cannot do a jumping attack unless I'm far enough away from the enemies in order to start running. We also get 2 rune bottles here, which is nice. My fellow sylph are losing control of their powers from the air of the realm of magic. So, basically, in short, what is happening here, the reason why the sylphs are going mad are because of miasma that is leaking out from a different realm, the underworld, hell, whatever you want to call it. A rift has been created after the earthquake that basically makes them sylph go mad, and they are just attacking everything right now. So, let me grab my rune bottle real quick and put them on the heavy boots, because I remember it just being a really good accessory. I don't remember what it is. Where are they? I'm blind as usual, aren't I? Here, iron boots. Potion boots transformed. Oh, is that just movement speed? This pair of boots looks like a cat paws. Increases defense by 30%. Nice. More defense. I believe you can use another rune bottle on them in order to transform them into something that gives you movement speed. I think that's what it was. We're going to hell, yay! Something like that. So, these whirlwinds here, they deal damage, but we can still walk through them. And we need to go over here. I think this is approximately where I usually use a holy bottle. It doesn't matter if I get into encounters. So these sylphs here we can't encounter because they're just blowing us out of the way. So we have to go down here first. This is where you need the rope, by the way. Also, in case you're wondering, you do not actually invest the rope, you keep it still, despite it just visibly still being there, so you still keep the rope in your inventory. You just need 1 rope and 1 pickaxe. You can buy 15 of them if you want to, they're cheap enough. Yay, Miasma Field Caves. Very spooky, scary. So, what I can also do here, once again, I can use a holy bottle and then interact with the wall that we're breaking down, guaranteeing I don't get into any more encounters in this area. Some spylens here. I'm mostly curious what's in these chests because I don't remember most of them. I just remember the ones that were used for the speedrun. Nothing over here. And here we managed to approach the sylphs from the backside. Hi. And they just say, help me! Well, unfortunately, the only way we literally can help is by making sure they are no longer suffering by, you know, knocking them out. A bit of a... Well, the game hasn't been the friendliest so far, I guess you could say. It's not the nicest way of helping them, but it's the only way we can. Also, here's where we start taking damage. And kinda like before, I'm just gonna use a holy bottle just before interacting with the wall. The random encounters in here, up here anyways, are not too bad, but as soon as you get a little bit further down is very... Actually, I'm gonna just demonstrate it. Also, you can't continuously just take damage here, so it's a bit unpleasant. You need to grab these rocks, and as usual, pushing and pulling rocks basically doubles the rate that you get random encounters. Also, these sylph here just blow us away, we can't get to that chest until later. I'm gonna go ahead and have Mint heal Cress, because I'm not going to disable encounters here.
This is like the realm of magic in the legend.
This place is filled with Shoki. It's also miasma, Shoki, whatever you want to call it. And there's these little clowns that just go and spook you. But more importantly, we can just save so I can demonstrate. These guys are just kind of running around down here. They are very unfriendly. So I'm just going to go by here and just solve the thing. We also get a talisman, which I think sells for a decent amount of money. So here we can grab a rock and... let's put it this way. This guy takes 0 damage. He has an ability called Hell Gem that deals 48 damage to Clarth, which I earlier labeled as an absolute tank with his Opal Ring. You cannot realistically defeat these guys unless you level up a lot. Or come back. Actually, don't know. I think there is a way to defeat them if you really want to, but yeah, it is a bit unhealthy, let's put it this way. So we need to plug 2 holes. Oh yeah, right, I remember. If you pull, it pulls it to the side because you're gliding along the wall. So yeah, you just want to run from these encounters, and if you're playing this game yourself, what you can do in the formation, you just put Cress at the very back so you can run away as quick as possible. The only downside to this is if you get into an encounter where you get ambushed. But I think these guys never ambush. Oh, there's 3 ghasts here actually, that's not even the same encounter. Still unhealthy since we are low on HP due to the environmental damage. There we go, no more miasma. So the sylph hopefully will now be no longer as crazed about the entire situation. And they have indeed disappeared. We've got another rune bottle. And the sylphs can recover now. There's also no more encounters once you clear these things. At least not outside. I'm not sure about inside. And here is where the sylphs are pretty thankful about, you know, not being driven to madness anymore. And Clarth immediately tries to take advantage of the situation and requests a contract. And the sylph actually tells us something very particular here. Magic is being consumed faster than it can be replenished lately. Soon, the magical spirits and their powers will vanish from this world forever. So in short, the sylph tells us that, yeah, we can make a contract, but, you know, it's not gonna... well, we're not gonna be able to help out for that long anymore. And we are kind of getting to a different threat here. If you remember, mana has entirely disappeared from the present where Mint and Crest come from. So the spirit tells us that if you visit the Tree of Life in the southern tip of the continent, then you may be able to save magic before it's too late. Take this, the elemental orb. It will allow you to speak with the spirit of life. Well, and this is kind of where we learn about magic, mana, disappearing somehow. But more importantly, Cloth forms a contract, and for the first time in history, humans will be able to use magic to some capacity. Well, it's probably actually not the first time in history, because Clark did research these things, but then again, it's not explicitly stated as to whether he figured it out himself or whether he learned about old techniques and ancient people doing these kinds of things. So either way, we now have a contractor in the party. There was nothing in here, was there? Item-wise. Also, I could be running, but I just like walking, because you kind of see a bit more of the environment. There's a charm bottle here, once again 50% discount, and kite shield, and an amber cloak. I actually don't know what the amber cloak does, but the kite shield is a much better shield than the wooden shield, giving us much better... It says run, but I think it's evasion in combat. I think the amber cloak is... There it is. Just basically better armor for Mint, which is nice. So, well, we managed to calm down the Sylph, but if you remember, we got the Opal ring in return for trying to look for Archie, the daughter of, well, the man that lives here, but we have not found her. We also get a thief's mantle. I actually don't know what this does either. Mantle that helps you run away 5% faster. I mean, sure, why not?
You did it! The wind has returned to normal!
Well, we unfortunately have not seen Archie. She has disappeared a week ago. Well, she is a teenage girl, so there's like a 50-50 chance that something really bad happened to her, or she just ran away with a boy, or something like that. Either way, we kind of hope it's more of the latter, all things considered. At least that's my stance on this. And I'm just gonna go and visit the spirit tree that we were told about. Resetting the encounter steps real quick. Also, by the way, normally you enter the town from the top if you just, you know, step into town normally, but for some reason if you enter here, going to the left, you enter the town from the bottom, saving you a few steps, which is kind of convenient. Alrighty, now in here, in the Spirit Forest, there are a few items I need to pick up. A few actually I didn't even know about until I randomly found like some guide that mentioned these items, whereas the pictures I was following previously never actually noticed that there was another chest over here. The orange gummy, well, it can heal me to full, which actually I'm gonna do that real quick here. Oh, not enough TP. Right. The orange gummy can heal me to full if I give Mint the orange gummy first, and then have her heal up. That's how it works. She doesn't have enough TP to use that anymore, but that's fine. Them staying at 1 HP is okay. You'll see soon why. We find a Sage, which is 5% more maximum HP. But I'm not gonna use those quite yet. They will soon-ish be used. And here's an Hourglass. I'm basically just going to be collecting these Hourglasses to use in key battles, because these battles are gonna be pretty brutal if I don't have a method of dealing with them. And here, we see Clark using Sylph. 121 damage is really good. It does cost him some MP, but, well, he actually can do damage in combat now, reasonably reliably too, because the enemies can't block them. So unless they're immune to Sylph, it's pretty good. I'm just gonna run away. Also, I don't remember where it was exactly, it's like here? If you step into the cutscene trigger with... Basically it also increases your step counter by 1. And now I should no longer get into any encounters in the forest here. Which is kind of funny. To me anyways. Like, it's amusing to me that I still remember all of these things. Alrighty, we have acquired an elemental orb that allows us to converse with the spirit of the tree. This is the mana tree, and this lady here is called... Martel? Is this Martel? In case you have played Tales of Symphonia, some of these names might sound familiar, and yes, they do have a connection. Yes, okay, she is called Martel. She's the guardian of the tree, but the tree is dying and she cannot restore it by her own power alone. And then we ask her what's wrong. The powers of magic and mana originate from trees like this one. All the mystic power in the world is housed in this tree? Yes, but if the tree dies, magic and mana will cease to be. That's incredible. And here's also Cress recognizing that, well, he came from 100 years in the future, and magic doesn't exist there anymore, and the tree he knows has been withered. This is also the vision that he's seen. The tree was dead. And Martel unfortunately can't pinpoint, but she senses that the mana is being consumed at a terrible rate. And so we kind of need to stop whatever consumes mana at such a high frequency. The first thought, of course, is because DAOs can only be hurt by magic, as we have learned from the Elder earlier. Well, he probably has a keen interest in magic just being gone from the world, since then he could no longer be damaged in any capacity. Also, Mint has a really good idea here. She's trying to heal the tree. She uses first aid on the tree. It doesn't do anything, but I appreciate the attempt. Well, Clark also explains to us that in order to form more pacts with the other spirits, he needs the pact rings. The Moonstone Ring, all sorts of places host the elemental rings that he needs in order to form pacts with the various spirits. So we kind of need to see these out first in order to form more pacts, in order for Clark to be probably powerful enough to take on DAOs. And we find a reverse doll. What's that thing do? I don't remember. Revives you if you're knocked out, but has a 99% chance of disintegrating. Oh, this is actually useful. Basically, if a character gets knocked out in combat, you just get revived instantly, which is very nice as a safety precaution. Wait, equip. I'm just double checking that I equip, because I'm notorious for forgetting to equip the characters with equipment after I bought them in so many games. Alright, we just, well, proceed. Clark told us that in Albanista there's going to be more spirits, as well as presumably the treasury does in fact have more rings to be acquired as well. So that's kind of where we're going to be going towards. So Albanista is all the way in the north of the continent, past the previous village that we have visited just earlier. So that's exactly where we're heading towards. So we're just traveling all the way north. And also what I want to do is actually want to buy a second pair of heavy boots if I can. Is there a weapon shop here? Okay, they don't sell those. Shame. That's alright. Uh-oh. This town is... How awful. Are they all dead? And something, in the meantime, while they were visiting this tree, has happened to this town. It's a familiar sight for Cress here. And not at all a pleasant one. What happened here? Well, that's a good question. We find just this young lady here, standing in the middle of the town. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm okay. What the hell happened here? It was Demetel. Who? Demetel attacked this town and killed everyone. Then we have to punish him for his crimes. What? We don't have time for this. We have to help her. Not you too, Mint. I know we're in a hurry, but it's important to us in a way you wouldn't understand, Clarf. What are you talking about? Never mind. Cress is right. Ah, fine. I sense this girl has a magical gift. So maybe she can help us after all. I don't know how to thank you. My name is Leah Scarlet. Demetel left and headed north towards Phantasia. Then let's follow his trail. I meant, this is Cress and Clarf. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Welcome to the team, Leah. She's an NPC, so she's not going to fight at all. But, well, I don't remember which game it was that kind of gave the character the speech that, you know, I know we're in a hurry, we have to get there, but if we can't even help a little town, how are we possibly going to stand up against the big bad evil guy in the long run? And this is kind of exactly, I think, the mental image I have. I liked how Clark just keeps smacking this guy from book. The mental image I have about this kind of situation here. It was you. You gave that speech? Nice. Good job, Slam Dunk Wizard. Also welcome. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to Phantasia, the port city. And there's a few things we need to do here. Among other things, I do believe we need to secure a ticket to a town on the side. So I think we need to talk to... Yeah, this lady here tells us where Demetel resides. He is on an island just kind of north over here. We didn't know exactly where he was until now, but basically this conversation just told us. So it's kind of important, because otherwise we can't charter a ship in order to get there. And I think that's all I need from this town, is it? It's also these little crabs. They don't do anything aside from standing in your way. Wait, I think I need to take the left ship for chartering, which means I need to go all the way around. Hey, Captain! I'd like to rent a ship, a private charter.
Ah, customer, sorry I let your age deceive me.
Please, take us to the West Island.
Ah, Demetel's Island.
The round-trip fare includes food and insurance and costs 400 gold per person. The total is 1,600 gold. Is that acceptable? Yes. Let's go. Also, the ship has eyes. I don't know what to tell you. Whenever the ship faces the camera, it just looks at you. Take care. You can come back to the ship to rest if you need to. That's good to know. Also, little fun fact. If I didn't go to the other port... Oh wait, no, that's later. If you don't pick up the items here, that's what it is. You actually can pick them up later in a different port because they share, like, treasure chest data. I don't know which port that is exactly anymore. Alrighty, before we go into the mansion, we go outside here. Because I cannot save in the middle of the area. And I just want to save before I do anything. Because I'm gonna do something... questionable. Well, maybe not that questionable. But mildly risky. Because I haven't done that in ages. Welcome to Demetel's mansion.
This is quite the place.
Alrighty. I wonder what these prisms are for. They're too heavy to move, but I can turn them. Oh, I can turn them really quick. In here, we get an elixir. Verbena, apple gummies. Oh, no more apple gummies, we have too many. Savory, apple gummies, can't carry. 430 coins. Which is raiding this guy's treasury. It's locked, we need a key. Well, how do you get a key? That's a good question. In here is Demetel's library. We suspect that there must be a key in here, and it is indeed over here. We find a savory in the chest, and then we find the key behind the chest. Kinda sneaky. So you literally have to pick up this savory herb. What's in there? A bathroom? I don't know why they would guess that. But, oh well. You can also save in here, which I actually didn't realize. So we now have a key to the back room. Now why would that be relevant? Well, because we can open and close these curtains, but nothing happens if we do. That's because there's a big tree in the way. Alright, I'm going to change my formation a little bit. Actually, you know what? No, for once... So, what you normally do in a speedrun in order to do this more efficiently, you actually knock out Mint and Clarth, so Crest gets all the experience. And I'm going to actually be using a dark bottle here. If I find it. Where is the dark bottle? There it is. Dark bottle basically decreases the amount of steps you take until an enemy encounter to between, I think, 15 and 30. Either way, we get into encounters all the time. But in this backyard here, we run into these harpies, which are basically a one-shot, unless we get a bit unlucky. Okay, it's not even close to a one-shot. Either way, we knock them out pretty quick, they give good experience, and most importantly, before I encounter this tree... Also, by the way, whenever you see me use the menu that quickly, I'm just using a flare bottle in order to increase Crest's damage output. I need a certain level in order for Crest to learn a new ability to deal with the tree, because the tree is alive. Alright, I'm also going to set tactic for Clarth to don't call spirits. And I'm gonna set a tactic for Mint, don't use mana. Because I want them to preserve that. So it's gonna take a bit. but probably not that long. Most trees are alive. Fair. In Cress's story, the mana tree is no longer alive. Or time period. Mint learned Deep Mist, so there's a lot of abilities and spells in this game that don't really do a whole lot. So they're not terribly useful in a lot of situations, to be honest. However, this game is actually kind of smart about this and realized that you might not want to cast specific spells, so what you can do is you can actually go into the spell menu of your allies and disable certain spells, so they are only going to use specific other ones instead. You're just waiting for Pecan. We actually had that a few times. I'm gonna be using it on the boss fight again, just so Mint is going to help us a lot. As I'm running out of flare bottles, I need 2 more flare bottles, I think. I'm gonna keep 3. Actually, I need a few more flare. Okay, this is the last flare bottle I'm gonna use here, because I want to reserve the rest for boss fights. Ow. It's gonna be a bit slower here than usual. Also, by the way, you do recover a little bit of TP, as in technique points, every single combat, which is kinda nice. I'm mainly going to heal Cress here, because he needs to be the one staying alive. The other 2, if they get knocked out, that's, well, fine-ish. In a casual playthrough, I just feel like maybe I wanna keep them just around, because why not? But well. In a more casual playthrough, you would also have fought a lot more enemies, gained a bunch more experience along the way, and etc. This is where I need to have Mint heal Cress and also use an Applegummian Cress. The healing is not instant, by the way, so you need to be a bit careful about these things. So they can very easily just knock you out. Alrighty, we have learned Lightning Bolt. I forgot actually what the technique was that I needed to learn entirely, to be completely honest, but that's all I need. I use a Holy Bottle so we don't get into encounters anymore. We're gonna let us get healed by Mint. We're going to set the tactics for Mint to actually help fight us, so she is going to use Pecan. And I'm going to set the skill for Cress to be Lightning Bolt. This is a long-range attack, I cannot use it at short range. But it effectively deals lightning-based damage to enemies, and these 3 just happen to be relatively weak to this. To be fair, most enemies are relatively weak to the lightning because it hits like a truck at this point in the game. And interacting with the tree goes like this. As wars are, shake. Also, the crow in the background, by the way, is supposed to indicate that it was a joke in some capacity, but I feel like some of them were lost in translation. Alright, Lightning Bolt. Flare Bottle, increase the damage. If I'm lucky, the trees are actually close enough to each other that 2 of them get hit at the same time. But it's kind of specific to time that. That might work? Yes, that just barely hit the other guy too. But this is so much more damage than I could do otherwise. And he gets stunned. I actually have a pretty decent chance of getting hit whenever I'm approaching these trees, but I got pretty lucky here that, well, I didn't get hit. Now the trees are gone, and there's light shining in from the back. And that's kind of mildly relevant. So next up, we're gonna give orange gummies to Mint and Cress, giving Cress back his full MP because he will need it. Have Mint just heal up everybody this time, because that's gonna be kind of important, and I'm also going to recover her MP as well, or TP. I hope it's okay if I just call it MP, because I'm so used to it. Alrighty, so now light can shine in, and it's a pretty straightforward puzzle here. You just light up the orbs, and a secret entrance appears. Welcome to the basement. The enemies down here are reasonably strong, but importantly, we can just entirely avoid them by walking for a while. Less than 255 steps, that is. And just use another holy bottle to avoid more encounters. So while the entire aura effect is still active for 500 steps, I can just reset the step counter to 255 by using a bottle early. Here's the armored helmet, which I think is a decent helmet. That might help a little bit. Yeah, 5 more defense. The Corsair is a stabby weapon. I actually have no idea if this thing is any good. I think I usually just stick to the crescent for the slash. Whenever they want to close this door again, they have to plant the tree and wait for a few decades. Yep. Clearly. Alrighty. The next preparation I'm gonna do is I need to use another rune bottle here. I'm gonna use this on the hourglass. So, we now made a chronoglass. Stops time in combat for 10 seconds. And let me tell you, that's gonna be extremely helpful in the upcoming battle. I'm also going to rearrange the formation here. I don't remember the exact layout, but something like this where I need to be a little bit further back. And well, let's see how this is gonna go. Wish me luck, because this is not a friendly fight. This is one, if not the most difficult battle in the entire game, I personally argue. Because you don't have that many tools yet, and the enemies are just relentless, and many. But before that, we arrive at Demitel.
What business do you have invading my home? You killed Leah's parents. I see, yes. Mr. Scarlet used to be my mentor, but they both died in an accident, not by my hand. You liar. Who told you that I had anything to do with their deaths?
This girl here told us, Leah.
Leave now and I'll spare you.
Not until you pay for killing Leah's parents.
I'll tell you what really happened. Leah died with her parents. I don't know who this girl is, but she is not Leah Scarlet. She looks nothing like the Leah I remember.
Either way, our party is a little bit confused about this at first. Because Demitel apparently has like a silver tongue that he manages to, well, get some good charisma rolls. However, he's not the wisest and steps in front of a mirror. And we can see that he's being controlled by dolls as well. And of course immediately attacks. Leah, hide. It's too late to run and hide. Prepare to meet your doom. Indeed. Alright. Important. I need to use my chronoglass here. Which stops time. Which gives me a little bit of time to knock out these enemies here. And importantly, I need to knock out these little ghost thingies. I missed. Okay, he died. They can randomly teleport around, which is a big problem. Helljam deals a ton of damage. Oh no. That is not good. Immediately heal Crest. I need Clark to hit Demitel. Here summons Lich. Okay, Mint is not hit. Just she's out of screen. I think Crest is dead. That's 500 damage. This is so much damage. Alrighty. Life bottle on Crest. Craft, you just need to cast Sylphs on this thing first. And this guy casts Ice Tornado, but a little bit too slow. Clark manages to just barely interrupt him. Knock out these guys. Heal up Clark. He was too slow with casting. I needed to equip the item, but I actually did for Clark to cast quicker. Alrighty. These little ghosts are a major problem. Okay, he only hits Kless again, which is again a problem. But we might be able to work with this. I did buy life elixirs, right? Where are they? Hello. Life bottles, there we go. Heal Crest, this takes forever until Crest gets healed. I need to have Clark cast Sylph. And him casting Sylph just keeps interrupting his spell cast of the Lich. And Mint actually occasionally manages to stun him as well, which is extremely important. Sylph again. And here, use a Flare Bottle on Crest to deal damage. I will keep using Lightning Bolt. I have to stay at long range in order to actually hit him with Lightning Bolt. I need to keep telling Clark to cast spells. I need to recover Crest's MP because... oh no. I lost. This battle is mean. And I did grind beforehand. So yeah, this is a gigantic hurdle. Their deaths marked the end for all hopes and dreams. Yeah. We just try again. You almost pronounce Daos like Deos. Oh, I see, that makes sense too. Wait, did I miss that? Boboblio, thank you so much for 87 months of support. That's a long time. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Who are you saving the savory for? I'm saving it to do a little technique later, with basically temporary increased maximum HP comes for the savory as well. So you'll see. So yeah, thank you so much for a crazy long time, Boboblio. When do we get Chocolate Chip to join our team? Chocolate Chip? There's no chocolate here. Only strawberry. Alrighty. Round 2. Fight. Alrighty, so what I need to do is I need to actually immediately select the second enemy, because I'm too close to the golem in order to use Lightning Bolt. So, immediately. He teleports immediately. This is so rude. Alright, Flare Bottle onto Cress. Hit this guy. Okay, Clark, I need you to cast Sylphs immediately. I'm also gonna allow Clark to just call Sylphs immediately. And this is the problem. These things have a super quick melee attack that casts lightning at the same time. One thing worth noting is, Demetel will not begin... Okay, Clark is low HP. Demetel will not be casting his spells unless you are close enough to him for him to actually cast a spell. Oh my goodness, stop teleporting. I also need to be far enough away in order to use the lightning attack. Otherwise, this little guy is gonna live forever. He is such a nuisance. Right, but we have a much better setup than we had before. There we go, Golem is dead too. And now, we just spam Sylph with Clark, which is not technically necessary, but just kind of ensures that this guy is not going to get a Lich spell cast off. And we're gonna use TP recovery on him. I'm also gonna use a Flare Bottle and Cress in order to increase my damage. And Mint occasionally will just hit him with the hammer too. Oh no, I'm too close. Okay, Clark just saved us right here. Because I'm too close to use Lightning Bolt. Nice, good job, Mint. The little Pico Hammer. There we go, we got him. Whew. Gained a bunch of levels. And... question mark book. Well, we avenged Leah, whoever that was. And, well, it turns out that this young lady here is indeed not Leah. But instead, it is who we were looking for earlier in the South Mountains. This is Archie, who was possessed by her best friend's spirit in order to try and get back at Demetel. Huh? Where am I? Where's Leah? And thankfully, question mark, she doesn't entirely remember what happened to the city, but well, we bring her back to her father. Crust being a bit slow as usual. I love Mint. It's so good. Poor Leah. You're Mint, right? Hehe, no wonder you couldn't recognize me. If you didn't have her hair up in a ponytail. Now she is clearly identifiable as Archie again. By the way, for reasons that I'm not entirely sure, presumably because we helped her, she's actually going to join us and give us the Aquamarine and Ruby rings for more pact with summon spirits. And travel to Alvanista with us. Like, she just joined us? I'm not sure why. But yeah, she can cast magic because she is in fact a half-elf. Her father is human, her mother... well, presumably, she is or was an elf. Magical girl has to have a hair ribbon, clearly. Oh, I forgot. You can actually take a little shortcut and just leave the left side here. I forgot about that part. Either way, now we take the ship from Venecia to Alvanista. Alvanista has been our goal, well, beforehand already, but now we really know it is our goal. Also, I think with Archie in our party we can visit some people around here that can teach her some spells. I never pick up these spells for, well, for the speedrun, so I'm actually not entirely aware where they are or how many there are, I just know they exist. I think you have to talk to this guy. Who are you? You can't come in here without permission. Ha, I can though. It's a protect ring, that's not useful. Okay, this is not where I need to be, I guess. Is it in here? There's a staircase down. Or not. It just looks like it. I'm a teacher of magic, but I can only teach those with natural abilities. Hey, you're a magician, interested in some spell books? We can learn lightning and storm. 200 gold, sure. Archer learned lightning. I have no idea how good these spells are or not are. I have to completely admit I am unaware. I don't use these spells. We can learn storm as well, I guess. 1000 coins, sure. I'm not going to go after all the spells, by the way. Okay, there was a teacher here. And I think that's largely it. There might be some more stuff though. Okay, this guy here is, well, selling a trip towards Alvanista. But he is really worried about Dals just kind of attacking at any moment, so he kind of rather would stay in port. However, Archie is very convincing that she manages to tell him that, well, he should just let us ride the boat over to Alvanista anyways, for 200 coins. Also, look at those eyes from that boat whenever it looks at you. Isn't it lovely? Also, this is definitely one of those scenes that I really strongly disliked when I first played this, because of the fan translation taking a bit too many liberties, let's put it this way. But simultaneously, nowadays I'm just like, much more, whatever, the translator had some fun about it. And again, without them translating it in the first place, I couldn't really have played this game. Either way, here on the boat we meet a woman, and she is called Maya, a swordswoman, and she is trying to get to Moria Gallery, where, well, the Moria Gallery apparently is a really deep dungeon where adventurers try to go, but they need to get permission in order to be able to go in there from the Kingdom of Almanista, because it's a pretty dangerous dungeon and only so many adventurers should go in there, probably. At least, you know, the experienced ones or something like that. Then she also invites us over for a bit of, well, a little bit to drink. Crescent Mint are kind of reasonable about the drinking part. Clark has experience in drinking quite a bit. And Archie, well, she's just trying it out. Also, Clark gets really, well, buddy-buddy with Maya here, up and personal, and figures out that Maya apparently is actually on a secret mission to save the son of the king, who apparently is under Dao's control. So, she actually tells us that there is the reason why Alvanista is not involving itself in the fight against Daos, who has been so oppressive against all sorts of, well, other nations as well, and why Almanista is not joining in the fight against Daos is because the king's son is currently being possessed, and that is kind of, well, hindering him being able to do anything at all, let's put it this way. But, well, soon enough, Clark decides that it is time to go to bed. And, of course, drags Archie with him, because she's already drunk and asleep. And, of course, eventually they all go to sleep. And get a full heal. However, it is not morning yet. In the middle of the night, we hear a knock on the door. Cress, being kind of a light sleeper, sees that Maya is approaching, and Clark, somehow having a sixth sense, notices that Maya was about to stab him. She's possessed, I can sense the evil spirit. Again, Clark is not just all hot air. He does genuinely have these, like, connections to the spiritual world, and notices that Maya was really not who she seemed to be, at least not for now. She's possessed in some capacity. So we try to hunt after her. Which is just up here. Maya, wake up! Maya being possessed, and we try to help. There's a lightning bolt. But we have to fight her anyways here. We actually do not have a choice. And this actually is a really difficult fight to win. Also, I can only use Lightning Bolt from when I'm starting far away, so it's kind of difficult to use Lightning Bolt here. You are defeated. Turns out Maya is pretty dang strong. Thankfully, you don't actually have to win this battle. The implication is that if you defeat Maya, you kill her yourself. But if you don't manage to do so, well, your party managed to get the better of her after you get knocked out. And she was possessed, and now there's no more messenger to tell, well, whoever she was trying to reach that the king's son is being possessed by Dao's minions. So we're kind of the only ones knowing about that plot at this point. So that could be a problem. There's a chest over there. However, getting to that chest is a bit of a nuisance because this is a one-way wide pathway and there's this crab in the way. In order to get to that chest, this crab has to get out of the way. How can you make this crab go out of the way? Well, you just hope it eventually wanders over here. That's literally it. If I'm not mistaken, it's not even a particularly good item over there, so I'm just not going to worry about it. Would I call this an isekai? What is an isekai? Because I've heard that term in conjunction with anime before, and I've heard it with animes that I like particularly much. So, maybe? I don't know what it is though. Transported to another world. Oh. I don't know. I mean, kinda. I guess it's reasonably close to being transported to another world. Here we can finally stock up on flare bottles. And they don't sell holy bottles here. I think they sell holy bottles in a different shop in the town though. Going to another world basically. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think considering that magic hadn't existed where Cress and Mint came from, for them it's basically an isekai. But the others not so much actually. Permission to Moria is expensive. So how can we get permission to Moria? Well, it's no place for children. But more importantly, for 1,000 gold, I tell you a secret. Nah, you're a lost man. Oh, we also need to talk to this lady. My grandmother told me that the unicorn lives in a white forest to the west of the Valhalla Plains. The unicorn will only meet the most pure of girls. As random as that seems, getting that dialogue there is kind of important. I do believe there's multiple ways about learning about unicorn, but this is one of them. But Sakuraba's piano solo.
That's 1,000 monies.
Okay. I thought he tells you the secret differently. The secret is Kikurimu. This will help you get into the Cave of Spirits. I think you get the solo later, don't you? That's what I was thinking. Either way, there's actually kind of good information because I did not remember the password. That is an important one too. Where is the shop I need? You talk to the bartender for a solo? Ah, that sounds about right. There's the holy bottles. I need more of them. I'd also like to buy... Oh, there's white mist. Gonna buy one of those. Oh, a battle rune would also be great. Oh, this is where we can buy rune bottles. Wait. How do you make money in this game again? You can use rune bottles on the question mark books in order to identify them. I'll actually just sell some stuff. Maybe it comes back to mind on how you make money in this game. That's the expensive cheese right there. Silence. I can sell another charm bottle. Wooden shield. I don't need the reverse tools really. I have an elixir for sale. Can sell the Corsac. Okay, we do have a decent amount of money, but I'm pretty sure there's like a bunch of elixirs I need to pick up along the way. That's alright. Let's go and get the piano solo. We already paid 1,000 coins for it. Might as well actually go and get it. Right, you talk to this guy, right? Maybe this guy? Maybe this guy? Nope. I think we can only do this later. Alrighty, let's move over to the next area. So, what I did buy earlier, by the way, is something I want to use a rune bottle on. Let's see. We have 4 rune bottles. One to be used on the charm bottle to get discount. One... Huh? Oh, I still... It's still selected, yeah. Can I undo the organization? I cannot. Oh well. Wait, why do I only have 5 holy bottles? Did I not buy holy bottles just now? Am I crazy? I thought I bought. I guess I can buy them in the other town, it's fine. Either way, rune bottles are here. I want to use one on... Oh, no, I never actually went to buy the thing. Never mind, hold up. Excuse me. I remember now. I'm gonna buy holy bottles here. And most importantly, I'm gonna buy white mist and a battle rune. Actually, I think the battle rune comes later. So, now... we use a rune bottle to transform the white mist into something better. I never find the rune bottles in my inventory. There you are. Alright. We transform the white mist into an item that lets us run away 50% quicker rather than just 30% from combat. Whenever I get into combat, I can just run away much more easily. And it has another effect that is a little bit less intended, although not entirely useful for a speedrun to my knowledge. Hey Willard, welcome to you. I hope you have a lovely day as well. Okay, so over here. I think this is where... Oh, this is the other port. This has the same chests as the one on Demetel's island for some reason. So we don't get any here right now. Here we chartered a ship in order to go over to... Olivine City? I forget the name. The desert place. The Olive Village, there we go. It's also really hot over here, apparently. I don't need anything here, do I? I know normally the shopping is done in here. Holy bottles here. You also buy a battle rune. For later. Have I played any of the other Tales games? I've actually only ever played Tales of Symphonia aside from this one. Which is a nice coincidence, because these are the only two, I believe, that are actually connected via story. Aside from the ones that have direct sequels. Welcome to the Molten Cavern. We're actually not gonna go through the entire thing right now, we're just gonna do like one loop. So first of all, in the Molten Cavern we pick up one very important item. You find the Sorcerer's Ring. So by the way, our current objective is to form pacts with various summon spirits. Also, this Sorcerer's Ring here allows us to do this. If you pay attention, I'm gonna just demonstrate it again as soon as I actually equip the ring. Here, Archie, you can equip the ring. You're magic anyways, right? This allows us to activate switches and such. And, more importantly, I can pick up a bunch more items along the way here. You played the GBA version of this game for a couple hours, it was very interesting, yeah. The GBA version is notoriously laggy. I do believe it is recommended to play the PlayStation version with a fan translation, although I'm not sure which fan translation one would want to normally play. Alright. I'm just gonna run away. I guess I could fight these guys. I never get to use Storm either, because normally this is not something you pick up. I love the pick hammer just go bonk. Bonk. More storms. The battle system definitely is something to get used to, especially in the SNES version, which is a lot less refined than later battle system in the Tales of Series games. This is very specific and awkward, to be completely honest. I prefer this version over this PlayStation version personally, because it's a lot more like kind of combat that I like, which is cutthroat and, you know, swingy, where if you make a small mistake it can cost you, but simultaneously you might be able to knock out the enemies in seconds if you're good about it too. Like, it's kind of a give and take that I appreciate. So, with this ring, we can activate that thing, which opens the doors and allows us to proceed further. We find another savory leaf, we found a question mark weapon and the battle rune. Oh, there's the battle rune I was thinking of. I knew there was at least one. Alright, we equip the battle rune here. Increases our attack damage by 10%, which is nice. And also apparently accuracy. And more encounters. There's an ogre and some Azza. Also, I'm going to have Mint cast... Oh, not Mint. I wanted to have Archie cast things. Oh, they also have a wizard over there. And he uses lava. Ow. It's a decent amount of damage. I would like for her to cast... lightning, because I don't think I've seen lightning before. I didn't see it either. Oh well. There's a tractor beam. This is why you might want to have a heavy rock equipped. Oh, sorry man. Alrighty, if anybody's ever wondered where my emote comes from, with the character laying on the floor with the no above her head, this is the sprite. This is Mint. Sorry, Mint. I think Ice Needle is the way to go on these guys. Dwarf has a good amount of HP, but not that much. Why are you casting Store? I told you to cast Ice Needle. Tractor Beam doesn't hit Archie, because she was in the air. These guys are apparently immune against anything that isn't ice, I think. So I have to keep telling Archie to cast Isaac Needle manually, otherwise she is not going to target the correct enemy or use the correct spell. Ow. I might get knocked out here at this rate. Okay, just one remains. These things are strong. There we go, we actually managed to survive somehow. But yeah, this is why I tend to, you know, try and avoid encounters until I have the items I need. Plus, random encounters are just about as dangerous as bosses in a lot of cases, because one big enemy is often easy to take care of than many small ones. Get some money, and here's the magma key. The magma key will allow us to go to the backside of the lava area, which is effectively where we will fight the next boss, or something like that. We're gonna try and get the Summon Spirit of Fire for Clarth in here, but I'm gonna do this afterwards. I'm gonna briefly dip out of here, because the boss entrance is more or less at the entrance anyways. I might as well just take a detour and come back later after grabbing a bunch of money in here. Hellos, thank you for the raid and welcome everybody. Welcome to Tales of Phantasia for the Super Nintendo. This is a fan translation I'm playing, and it's a casual-ish playthrough. I know the game reasonably well, but I just really like it, so I figured might as well play it again, and people actually voted for that in the Discord. Often the result of a grimer as well. Maybe. Alrighty. Gonna save here. And let's continue traveling. So... I'm trying to figure out what I need to do next. Oh, wait, I remember. Actually, this is fine. Let's just... No, I need to go back. Okay, I remember a piece of thingy I forgot. So, we are here in Alvanista in order to visit a dude that knows a lot about magic and stuff. But I need to know where he is going first before I can proceed here. And I forgot about that part. Also, nobody has the running shoes equipped anymore. Clarf. Oh no, actually you can keep this thing. You get the jet boots, Archie, so we can run. Thank you, Liz. What were you streaming today? If I may ask. Some more Zeldas? So, I need to go to the west over here. Wait, no, that's the Elven City. I can't go in here yet either. I need to actually go all the way back. to the west of Alvanista. It's been a while since I played this. There's a bugbear and boggles. Okay, I'm gonna tell Archie to not cast spells anymore. That basically freeze the time. Because here's the problem. The flare bottle increases my attack power by 30% for like what, 10-20 seconds. And the biggest issue is that the timer runs down during these cutscenes. So thankfully I can disable her casting Storm. So she will only cast like spells right now that do not actually force a cutscene. And similarly, this is why I usually have Clark not cast any spells either, but Sylph animation is reasonably quick, so it's not usually as big of a deal. Some Toho style Slay the Spire. Still enjoying that quite a bit, nice. I've actually seen you play that a bit. And that's kind of pretty much the impression I got from it, Toho style Slay the Spire. Cuckoo. Did I miss the part as to where I need to go? Wait, when do I need to do that? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, we need to help the prince first, right? Right, that makes more sense. Because we don't need to meet anybody yet. But in order to help the prince, I kind of want to power up just a little bit, because the boss fight in there is pretty dangerous. Okay, the reason why I want to go over here is actually for a pretty significant detour in terms of how long it takes to get over here. But it will be well worth it. Along the way, there's these little oases we can visit. They do two things. One, we get some items in here, which are actually quite nice to have. Rune Bottle and Flame Mantle. And more importantly... Wait, isn't there a third one? More important, they also reset my... No, there's not. Wait, no, there is. They reset the step counter, so I don't get into encounters as quickly. Was it here? Am I imagining this? Where was the other one? Was it in the next oasis, probably? It's probably here that I'm thinking of. Medicine bottle? Not really, that's not really worth it. Oh well, we're just gonna walk all the way north. Oh, this is probably it. Also, these are bush babies. They meow, kinda like a kitty cat. Life bottle. Nope, that's not it either. Isn't there something else? Something. Mental ring, there we go. That thing sells for a ton of money. I actually forget what it even does. I think it recovers TP at the end of combat. Oh, it actually restores TP in battle, which is normally a fantastic item, not gonna lie. If you're playing this casually, just having like continuous TP recovery is great. But I'm actually just gonna grab it to sell it. Using more holy bottles in order to be able to not encounter any enemies, because this is, I think, more than 255 steps from that oasis all the way here. Welcome to South Midgard. This is basically the city, the military city, so to speak, that we've heard about. And these are the ones that are basically gearing up to face and defeat Daos. Effectively, what presumably will be our biggest allies in the upcoming battle. And they also have really good equipment in here, if I find their weapon shop anyways. However, they're actually severely lacking money, from a story purpose anyways. Not money. They are severely lacking food. Alrighty, so this stuff here costs a lot of money, and I do need a lot of money, so we're gonna sell the talismans and effectively everything that I can afford. This is where we use the Lotus perfume for 50% discount instead of... What's the word? This is where you use the Lotus perfume instead of... selling it for 10,500 coins. Here the metal ring sells for 16,000 coins. Alright. Now, I believe I buy the weapons straight up, which is the Mecha Halberd, which is crazy good, but also really expensive. And then I use the Lotus perfume for 50% discount the next time I go into a shop. And buy a plate mail, fine shield, helmet I already have, gauntlets, and then I can buy whatever else I want at this point. So I think we have all the money anyways. I could buy better equipment for the rest too here if I wanted to. Striped ribbon. Candy cane ribbon. You know what, let's actually equipment. That's kind of going to be the biggest priority for me. Why not? And that's all we buy here. So, we sold a tremendous amount of stuff, or valuable stuff, just to equip effectively later game equipment on Cress here. It's going to help us a lot in the upcoming sections. Alright, that's all I wanted to do in Midgard here. Food money, yep. They would like to have more food. But they don't get any. Alright, more holy bottle, let's go. I could also have sold my old equipment in hindsight, so it wouldn't clog up my inventory. I was wondering whether I needed to take a pit stop in that oasis over there. That's okay. So, we actually need to find some stuff in the desert anyways. So let's go ahead and do that for a while. Okay, I'm gonna tell Clark to not cast anymore. Mainly because I don't want to keep getting interrupted. These enemies are decently strong, but with the equipment upgrade that I have just received, we are actually pretty decently competent here. I'm also gonna tell Mint to not... Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna tell her to heal and do basically nothing else. And this is also where I'm going to use my second black bottle, or dark bottle, in order to get more enemy encounters. Since my next goal is to save the prince. However, in order to effectively do that, I'd like to have more levels and experience. So what you do in the speedrun, kind of like before, normally, would actually just knock out all of your allies in order to funnel all the experience over to Cress. And I just learned Blade Storm, which is way better than Dual Kick if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna put that. I'm sorry, man, you're just gonna taking up for now, that's okay. Also, by the way, since Archie is hovering, you can actually just position characters under her. I want to have Crest far away so I can use lightning. And just harpies. And I one-shot the harpies. I kinda want a revivement. It's more efficient to not have her alive and also knock out all the other guys, but, you know, it's a casual playthrough. There we go, this is what I'm looking for. Basilisks are reasonably weak to lightning, they have a lot of HP, and they can basically just one-shot me by turning me into stone. So in the speedrun, you just hope that they never petrify you, because they always can just attack you as soon as you try to run back, or while you're jumping across. And it just failed. This actually could have petrified me, which, if you are the only character available at this point, you just straight up lose. We got 1 Basilisk scale, we need what, 5? I actually don't remember how many I need. No memory. I think it is 5. So these guys are flying really high, so hitting them with anything aside from lightning is a lost cause. So I need some more. Well, I guess jump attacks still work fine. I need some more TP on Chris. I'm gonna sort by consumable items. Oh no, the Basilisk Scale is consumable. Basilisk Scale can be used as medicine. I do believe it's a full heal outside of combat only. But you need this, these Basilisk Scales later in order to proceed with the story. So the catch about the Basilisk Scale is also that these are rare encounters, or rare-ish encounters anyways. But they're actually not that difficult to... Oh my goodness. These things are brutal when they keep attacking. They are rare encounters, so getting them is a bit awkward, and also mildly annoying. However, what you can do is you can actually manipulate these encounters. And conveniently enough, if you play this on the original Japanese version, the way you manipulate the encounter to always be Basilisk is you save, reset, and then get into an encounter. However, I believe on the fan translation this does not work. Oh no, this is just straight up a Basilisk, this does work, okay. Oh wait, if you play the fan translation on an emulator, it doesn't work. Okay, because this is a little bit bizarre, and I only half understand as to what is happening. I do believe every SNES has like uninitialized RAM, just kind of as a default, and depending on what kind of SNES you have, it's just different from system to system. On mine, conveniently enough, it basically has just the values the game takes to initiate its RNG to be exactly the ones we're looking for to get into a Basilisk encounter each time. RPG Check, thank you! Thank you so much for a crazy long time of support, for 82 months. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Sometimes also, by the way, these encounters decide to randomly just switch up after a reset, and I have no idea what that happens. But I believe when I did my run at RPG Limit Break, it just randomly decided to change up, and I had to use like an alternative manipulation where I ran in and out of the oasis like 5 or 6 times. Luckily I was already used to that manipulation because it was the same that I needed to use for when I was practicing and testing things on emulator. Alright, that was 3 scales, let's get 2 more. Recover TP. Save reset. Hello and welcome. Also, by the way, the sound being weird like this is, I think, my capture card trying to catch up as to what kind of video it is trying to capture and play. Ow. Thanks for the heal. Mint learned heal. Heal is a strictly better spell than first aid. Right, one more and then we continue. Having Cress at a lower level than usual is going to be probably a bit awkward. Oh, Tiger Teeth learned, there we go. That's actually really good, because I forgot about this. Tiger Teeth is the close range skill I want to use. It's Tiger Fang, I believe, in the Tales of Symphonia. Bladestorm I can have as a secondary. My Twitch chat just keeps saying welcome back to the chat room or welcome to the chat room, so I feel like I'm missing some messages. So if you said anything in between, I apologize. I probably missed it. Can't get petrified if you don't look. Or so they say. Slam dunk, I can see now. Jeez. What foul language you have, sir. I'm appalled. Alrighty, so this is all I wanted to get from the desert. We have basically full equipment. The only thing we don't have is Chris at maximum power as I would normally have him. Am I sure? Yes, I'm sure. Alright. Supplies fully restocked as well. Let's head over to do the thing that we were supposed to do to begin with, but if you try to do this right away, you might be in a little bit of trouble, because this next boss coming up is about on par with Demetel in terms of how strong he is, but you can at least go somewhere else and get a bunch of equipment or explore and just power up reasonably well while exploring things if you can't take this guy down. Which is what I did just now. Goodbye, Mogul. Hi, Boggle. Goodbye, Boggle. I do believe I get a full heal before going into the battle, so we should be fine on that end. Also, I'm entering from the front of the town, because that is where I need to go. Welcome back to Alvanista. Oh, can I do the race already? Hold up. Hey. Yes, we can do the race. So we need to go around the perimeter of the town and beat the little kid. He's really fast. And she's just going to show us where we are supposed to go through. I should not have said yes, but yeah, this is basically just a race that we're going to go for. You also need to go around the tree up there, otherwise it doesn't count. Circle back down south. And you need to go around the trees again. Jeez. I forgot this was even a thing that she shows you where you need to run through. Good thing we have an area view. Need to show? No, don't show me one there. Let's get started. Yes, thank you. No false starts. It's actually really difficult to get ahead of the kid if you ever fall behind. And it does not give you much leeway. Wait, lap 2? Uh-oh! I didn't realize there was more than one lap. I hope there's another lap. Good to catch up on this guy. Oh no. I'm gonna be too slow. Man! Let's try again. This feels really out of place, but it's so good. Right? By the way, it doesn't go anywhere. Give up? Like, you can just slowly go here. Which I'm quite amused by. As long as you stand in front of him, he doesn't actually change lanes. No! Ah, this is bad. Okay, you can overtake him there a little bit. Oh no. Okay, should be able to overtake him here. Ah, I keep messing up the turnaround. Oh no, I think I just lost. It's too far now. This is difficult. I don't even remember what you can win. No, 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 I pressed yes. No. Okay, she just explained it. Okay, we're fine. I was worried that she was gonna show me the entire course again. That would have taken a while. No, I got stuck. Damage point 88, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody, hope you're doing well. How are you doing, and what were you doing today, if I may ask? What were you streaming? Ah, so close. Okay, let's see if I can catch him this time. I might be just in time if I don't goof too much. No, talking to him does not slow him down, but this is where I get him. Come on. There we go. Jeez. You won! You can choose a prize, which? Cat's eye, beef, or weapon? What's a cat's eye again? I remember cat's eye being interesting, I don't remember what it is. A trading good. It's a beautiful reflected jewel. Can you use a rune bottle on this? Hello! You've just been playing Berseria? Nice. How do you like Berseria, if I may ask? Because it's one of those that I've seen, so it's like, maybe I should play this sometime. Either way, welcome everybody. This is a casual-ish playthrough of Tales of Phantasia, which I'm reasonably well familiar with. I think trade goods, by the way, in this game you can sell for a really good price in one town, but not the other. Oh wait, no, I do remember. You sell the cat's eye way later for a good price, but not right now. Okay, we need to go and rest here. So, our party here kind of is discussing that they need to infiltrate the castle. Because, well, we do know from Maya that the king's son has been possessed by the minion of Daos. And so we're kind of contemplating how to get in there. Clark has the brilliant idea that, you know, one of us can fly. And Arch is just like, oh, you can't be serious. Head into the castle? Yes, indeed. Are you sure? Yes. And poor Archie just needs to carry everybody up here. But this is honestly something I do personally appreciate about the game. Like, in so many games, like, you kind of have a floaty character, but you can't just tell them, hey, go up there and hit that lever, because, you know, you could just do that, you're flying anyways. But in this game, they actually do account for that, where we need to get over the wall somehow. And everybody looks at Archie, who's flying on her broom. So, here, we need to not get caught by the guards. If you rush immediately, you're actually not gonna get seen. Well, that's interesting. Okay, I need to go into that room on the right side, I think. I actually forget the route. It's been a while. But I made it in time. Alrighty, and we managed to find the prince's room, exactly where we needed to be. And initially he just kind of reacts as anybody would who got his room intruded by 4 random strangers, and calls for the guards. But then somebody notices that the bird over there on the left side is a bit suspicious, specifically Clark, because he literally senses evil spirits, which I still think is kind of fascinating for somebody who's literally just human. And this is indeed the big bad evil guy culprit here. This is Jamir. If you have played this game casually, Jamir might have given you a lot of trouble too, because this thing is genuinely really mean. Alright. I'm immediately going to start casting spells at Jamir. Ah, I was too slow. Because Jamir has the nasty habit of just casting spells at us over and over again. And I'm trying to interrupt Jameer by having Clark cast Sylph over and over as well. While I'm trying to take care of the little minions here. I also have to admit, I forget how the speedrun strategy works exactly here. Okay, 1 minion down. This is where Tiger Fang, or Kogahazen, however you properly pronounce that, works. Nice. During that circle animation, by the way, Jameer is immune against physical attacks, which is kind of dangerous. Right, I'm gonna tell Clark to actually start attacking on his own volition again. That way I don't have to keep telling him that. I will also want to use another flare bottle on Cress. And then here I need to wait just a little bit. Sylph still works despite the immunity from Jameer. Oh! That was way easier than I thought it was gonna be. Get some Verbenas and the Black Onyx. I think the Black Onyx is what I've been waiting for. Alrighty, so we freed the prince, and of course he still has the exact same reaction because there's 4 random strangers in the bedroom and he does not remember anything of when he was possessed. So, we get thrown into prison. Again. We're not staying here, the food is terrible. So, while Clark and the others are trying to figure out how to escape here, we're actually... well, approached by Runeglum here. He is the court's wizard and one of the few people aware, alongside the king, that the king's son was being possessed and holding back the kingdom from participating in the war against Dao's minions. So, instead of actually being accused of all sorts of crimes that we technically committed, we're actually the heroes of this kingdom and actually now trusted people in a sense. And one thing, another thing I actually really appreciate about this game is, while Cress is your main character that you play, Clark is more or less the leader of the group instead, because he's the oldest guy who is kind of just taking charge of all sorts of things. He gets an incantation book. We get the Gungnir spear actually from Runeglum here, which is gonna be interesting later. And besides that, we can now freely walk through the castle, which is also kind of helpful in some other situations. And well, we received the Garnet Ring, Gungnir, and Ophiskul. Ophiskul I think is a book, and the Garnet Ring is one of the summon rings that we need in order to form pacts with the summon spirits, which is going to be extremely helpful in, well, soon. Very soon. Also, there's this guy that we can try and defeat. So basically, this is the person who takes the last stone, he is going to lose. So, we're gonna try and play him. 23 stones are in the pot. Do you want to get the first? Do you want to go first? Yes. We need to get him to 21. And he took 1, so we take 3. Now we always count up to 4. He took 1, we go 3. Takes 1, we take 3. He takes 1, we take 3. He takes 1, we take 3, and he has to take the last stone. Here's your prize, and then we get a mental ring. Another one that gives us, well, 16,000 coins. The speedrun actually does not pick up this one, because it's just not necessary to have that much money. Also, in the battle against Jameer, we did get a Onyx. And the Onyx increases your maximum HP by 30%, which is a pretty substantial HP boost. Now, I'm actually not sure if the Black Onyx stacks or not, I don't remember. Or whether you just use the black onyx. Either way, this is a temporary, well, increase of HP through an item, and this is what you use, or this is what you wait to use your savory herb with, in order to increase your maximum HP by 30% times 10%. And then you reset the amount you get by unequipping and equipping the onyx again in order for the game to realize the new maximum HP. You like that Crest uses spears and halberds, generally very underappreciated weapons in fantasy? Yeah, he can use axes, spears, halberds, and swords. It's a nice variety. I'm personally a big fan of spears. Alrighty, we are now in Alvanesta here. And one thing I actually want to look up before I go, because I don't remember. What can we do with the rune bottles? Okay, can we use a rune bottle on an onyx is the big question. I don't think you can. I think the onyx is just an onyx. Once again, the rune bottle transforms an item into a different version of itself, or into an improved version, or it allows you to identify items. Okay, it gives you the moon crystal, which gives you TP increased by 30%. That was a waste of 2 rune bottles, but now I know. Apparently there's scammers in Paris playing a version of the game with only 12 stones for real money. I mean, you just need to negotiate with them that you want to begin the... Like, you either... Wait, 12? You need to insist that you're going to start with 12, right? Because you have to a multiple of 4 plus 1 in order to... Like, that is the goal you want to reach. Which means the next number would be 9, so you're gonna take 3 stones. But yeah, it's a mathematically solved game, so to speak. And the very first move is the important one. Alrighty, so... However, we do have the ability to buy more of these. Rune bottles. Where are they? There we go, just buying a few. I don't remember when I want to use those exactly to improve my maximum HP, but it's not necessary right now because we just got a gigantic boost from our equipment. But what I do remember is, now that we are trusted acquaintances with the king, we are allowed to go down here and get a pass to Moria, or the Mines of Moria, I think. We received the permission to enter the Moria Gallery. Let's take a look at our own places before we go to Moria. In fact, we actually need to do this. Okay, alrighty. The other places means we have to go back, in fact, to all sorts of places in order to pick up other summon spirits first. Because you can theoretically go all the way down to, not the bottom, but really far into the mines, but you will need the summon spirits in order to proceed. So the game telling you that we should look around other places first is actually a fair advice. Maybe Sakuraba will play now? Yeah, not yet. I'm pretty sure I need to pick up Gnome first before it will tell me. Alrighty, let's go and visit Ifrit. I think normally you have like 2000 HP in a speedrun at this point. I might be mistaken. Where are my holy bottles? There they are. Oh, actually I forgot a music thing. No, wait. That is way later, that music thing I forgot about. Okay, I'm gonna go outside and back inside, just to reset the step counter, so we don't get into any enemy encounters. I forgot about this thing. There's a charm bottle here. That would have been additional money if I needed it. Alright, we're just gonna save here. What's my formation? Okay. Actually, just gonna put everybody to the back at this point, so I have as much run up. Actually, here is fine. This is where we need the magma key that I picked up earlier, and we need to use the ring in order to destroy the pillars, in order to form a path across the tomato soup on the ground that we do not want to touch. Way too spicy. Are you Ifrit? I love this music. He teleported into my party. Or not. Alright, we just Tiger Teeth him to death. Tiger Fang, whatever you want to call it. This guy is never that dangerous, but he can deal a lot of damage if you let him. And thanks to having the ruby ring, Clark can now form a pact with Ifrit, adding an additional summon spirit to his arsenal that he can now summon. And pretty much every other summon spirit that isn't Sylph is just kind of their element and a bit stronger than Sylph. The Fire Genie Ifrit joins the party, and we get a book of spells. Archie learned how to cast a Firewall spell. That's another cutscene spell that kinda looks nice. I can show it off once, but I would prefer if Archie didn't cast this on her own volition. Have Mint heal everybody, and then we go back. Alrighty, so we need at this point Gnome and Undine. How do I get to Undine again? I need to learn about Undine somewhere, don't I? I forget where that was. Hey Kishura, thank you for the raid and welcome everybody. I hope you're having a lovely day so far. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back to me playing Tales of Phantasia for the first time in literally years. I really like this game though. So it's not a casual, it's a casual-ish playthrough. I remember needing to learn about Undine. I don't remember where you do learn about her whereabouts. I know how to get to Gnome, so I guess it's gonna be my next station first. Thank you for the good luck, I will definitely need it. Although I think the most difficult encounters at this point are done. Is it one of these guys telling me about it? Cargo ship to Baladam. No. This is a one-way trip to Belladum with the cargo ship here. By the way, once again, look at the boat. It has a nice face whenever it is facing the camera, right here. So Belladum is basically where we started off the chapter 2 here. And the place I hadn't explored until now is over here to the east. We actually could have gone into this cave before already, and you can input the code already, but there is a definite end as to how far you can get if you are going in here early. Because I think you specifically need the sources ring in order to proceed. You need the proper password. Key, Q, 3, no. You remember there being a quest to get the Elven Bow? Yes, that's the plan. I will get that thing. It's gonna be nice, I think.
I'm lost. Will you help me find my friends?
Help this poor gnome? Sure.
Oh, thank you.
He now slowly walks after us. And importantly, he only joins us into the next screen if we wait for him to be close enough. Was I not close enough? Now he is. Okay. I think in the PlayStation version there's actually some strong equipment you can pick up here, but the SNES version does not have anything. There's no random encounters here, but these other gnomes, they like to get into battle with you and beat you up. Unless you have Tractor Beam as a spell, I believe you actually cannot damage them. Oh no, the guy's stuck. No! You clowns! This is why I have the white mist, so I can run away quicker. They just spit at you, so rude. I argue this is probably the least annoying escort quest in any video game ever, because it's not that far, and aside from the screen transitions sometimes being a bit finicky. Bye. Oh, they didn't even say thank you. Or did they? Maybe they did. Either way, aside from the screen transition being a bit finicky, there's no random encounters in these areas. The random encounters I think start here. I did not mean to order. No, I ordered my menu again. I don't want to do that. It messes up my muscle memory. Either way. Save. Yes. What does this button do? Well... it sounds an alarm. What's the alarm for? Nobody knows. Because nobody knows why the alarm is going off. I just think that's funny. Also, welcome to the Summon Spirit Gnome. Actually, you know what? I wanna try something. Alright, this is more of a demonstration rather than anything useful. This is not something the speedrun does, but it's something I randomly figured out when playing around with the game. Have you been gnomed? Maybe. I actually want to have Chris get knocked out. So I want him to have nothing equipped so he gets knocked out as quick as possible. Then in the formation, well, I can do this in the next combat. Alrighty, so the short version is we have currently an item equipped on Mint, I think. The Mist Rune, which allows us to escape 50% quicker from combat. Now, the way they coded how long it takes to run away from combat is in numbers, and it just halves that number when you have the mystery equipped, right? Kinda makes sense. Now, the thing is, you're not supposed to be able to run away from boss battles. However, the way they coded not being able to run away from boss battles... So Clark, don't call any spirits. Archie, don't cast spells. Mint, you just heal. Gnome is actually kind of an annoying encounter to deal with normally. Need to move you forward, so you guys go back. And I just kind of want the gnome to attack Cress. Guys, yes, I need to have Cress knocked out. The reason I need to have Cress knocked out is because he is the one that needs to be running away. And I can't do anything aside from holding the L or R button, depending on which direction I run. Oh, don't heal me. Don't heal me. Heal yourself. Optimally, I go into this encounter with Cress already knocked out. Heal Mint. No. Also, I should have those guys be really far apart. So I do want to revive Mint. Either way, the way they figure out as to whether you can run away from combat or not is in this game your characters has like a certain number associated with it, and if it is above a certain number, the game thinks you cannot run away from combat, at least theoretically. Alright, now I'm going to split out my party in a way where we have everybody in different locations. We're gonna tell Mint that she can heal again. We're gonna recover her HP and MP. Actually, do I have a... I don't think I have a thing. Alright, now I'm starting to run away. Normally there would be an X over here in combat. The reason why I need Crest to be knocked out, by the way, is because otherwise you will keep getting knocked away from the edge of the screen while trying to run away. Yeah, the big bonus of showing this off is that the song is really good. Also, the reason why the characters are spread out is so Mint has a higher chance of being able to heal without getting knocked out herself. We're almost there. And there we go, we ran away from a boss battle. You're not supposed to be able to do this, and the consequence is I'm literally softlocked, I cannot go anywhere, but I can talk to these guys. It's a book of spells. Archie learned how to cast a stone wall spell, which by the way is normally in the chest just behind these guys. It's a book of spells. Archie learned to cast a firewall spell, which was the book behind Ifrit. So effectively, these are NPCs that are never supposed to be interacted with, so they just happen to have random triggers associated with them. One of it is the chest in Ifrit's room, one of them is the chest in this room, and the other one I don't remember. Oh, the ice wall is probably just in Undini's room. They just happen to have those IDs, and it's kind of funny as to what you can do with these things. But I'm softlocked now, so reset. I just wanted to show that off. The gnomes are avid readers, indeed. Or you can read the gnomes really well. Either way, let's go ahead and try to actually knock them out, shall we? I'm gonna have Clark be here, Archie alongside, and this will allow me to have Cress, hopefully. Wait, I need to use lightning on these, don't I? So I need to be far away from them. Yeah, not that far. Alright, let's go ahead and actually best the gnomes in combat so we can prove ourselves to be worthy. Alrighty, so this is one of those encounters where in the speedrun you use a chronoglass because you cannot attack the gnomes if they're split up. I'm not gonna worry about that because I'm not that worried about the speed. But let me tell you, if you get lucky, you can just knock these gnomes out here before they can do anything. Chances are reasonably high that they're just gonna fly all over the place and you can't hit them for minutes at a time like that. Like, you literally can't do anything in the meantime. Also, where they just gather is mildly random. Whether they immediately go back above ground or not is mildly random. Now they're finally gathering, so I can actually hit them again. And I need to try and time my attack to when they are just about to surface. And I kinda messed this up, they're immediately going to attack again. This is just an annoying fight, this is not difficult, just annoying. Nice, caught them exactly. This is where it's nice to have mint that actually can heal and survive a few hits. Okay, player bottle to increase my damage. I missed. And they immediately jump away again. Don't blame them, this is all they know. I like how he's trying to call in for it. The rage of the fire. This might be good timing. I hit... immediately fly away. Oh, come on, friends. By the way, you can use rune bottles on apple gummies and orange gummies, basically doubling their recovery. Meaning 60% of your max TP and HP recovered, which is nice. But it's also expensive, because rune bottles are expensive. I used the wrong attack, and it didn't matter. I'm going to use a chronoglass very soon at this rate. I will have to time it well, though. Oh my goodness. I don't know where the camera is going, by the way. I'm not doing that. This looks good, hopefully. Are you serious? Like, they can stick above ground for a little while. Jeez. Running away is faster at this rate. I like how Clark tries to cast Self, but he's out of TP. No more toilet paper. Maybe this is good timing. Aww. Really? Here, give TP back to Mint. That just barely missed. But they stayed, so... I'm gonna use the chrono glass. I don't care. Worth it. I need one more hit after that hit. Chrono glasses you cannot get infinite of. There's a finite amount in the game. But it's fine, I will only need one more in the remainder of the playthrough, although 2 would be convenient. And there's at least 2 more that I know where to find. Right, we get Gnome! I've never used Gnome as a summon. Then again, I think Undine is the most useful of the summons remaining. I don't remember why. Frustrating and funny at the same time, I argue. Archie learned the Stonewall spell. Stonewall still make League videos? It's like 10 years ago at this point or something. Either way, that's all we wanted to do, and now we just run outside. Also, the PlayStation version has like there's like a thing here where you need to input a different password. Oh, right. The way the thing works in the PlayStation version, there's like a secret password you can enter on the door here, and this unlocks a chest just kind of below, which is actually kind of interesting. So if you play the PlayStation version, I don't know what the password is, but there is one. And I do believe the PlayStation speedrun goes out of their way to grab those items over there real quick before going anywhere else, since you can do this as soon as you travel to the past. Right. Man, I don't need to preserve holy bottles, I'm not in a rush. My instinct is to just reset the step counter every opportunity, but I can just buy more holy bottles, it's fine. So now I need to learn about where Undine lives. Oh, I remember. Oh, but way back in Alvanista. Okay, we're going back to Alvanista because you get 2 Undine's keys from here in Venezia. Oh my goodness. But you need to learn of the location first. And the location you learn about is in the castle in Alvanista. You are actually even supposed you're even supposed to talk to the researchers in the basement of the castle, and I just didn't read the dialogue because, well, I was too lazy to read the dialogue. Alrighty, back in the castle. Wasn't there... Was it you? The music in this castle needs to be updated, don't you think? So this is the current normal castle theme. Which, aside from the intro, which I don't like too much, actually is pretty nice. But then he updates it. He just pitch shifts it by like 1 or 2 tones or something. Can you do that again? Nope. Oh my goodness, he slows it down. I didn't know that. You guys mess with the music more. Wait, that's the dungeon. We don't need to go in the dungeon. We need to go in the other basement. Oh, it's not basement, is it? It's over here. Thought it was over here. I am mistaken. It's down here, I think. There we go. This... Ah, you teach us summer spells. We can learn Thunderblade and Tracker Beam. I believe Thunderblade is actually really good. 12,000 coins. Yes, sure. I think Thunderblade is actually really good. Tractor Beam basically just lifts up enemies and knocks them over. You can use it in order to defeat the gnomes in Gnome's Cave, but besides that I don't feel like it's gonna be that useful. Right, they tell you where the various spirits are. And Runelund tells you basically this is the largest magical research center in the entire kingdom, and they're trying to harness all sorts of powers and figure out how magic stuff works. And then this guy in particular says, all I know is the water spirit Undine lives in the cave on the small island north of Phantasia, and the earth spirit gnome is in Baladum. Alright, we literally just needed to hear that dialogue in order to be able to go to Undine from Phantasia. So back there we go. Okay. Before I go there, I actually want to briefly stock up on supplies. This means I'm gonna sell one apple gummy. And I sell one... I don't need a flame mantle. I'm not gonna use heavy stones. Don't need chainmail or kite shield anymore, or silver cloaks. Actually, I guess I never equipped those, huh? I could have equipped them. By the way, equipping Clark with new books makes him deal more damage with melee attacks. I don't think it has any effect on his spells, so I'm not sure why I would ever do that. Yes. Where are the orange gummies? There we go. I have only... Okay, that's good. So what I want to do here is I want to buy orange gummies and apple gummies, as well as flare bottles. Then I'm gonna go into my inventory and sort it by last or latest item acquired. That is ways the flare bottle is at the top of the list. And then I'm going over here to buy holy bottles, sorted by latest acquired again. And that way I will have the menu in a way that I like it. Mostly explaining this because it might not be necessarily obvious as to what I'm doing otherwise. I like having holy bottles in the first slot and then orange gummies and apple gummies easily accessible from there, and flare bottles not too far away either. I think theoretically it would be better if flare bottles were like in the second slot. Oh well. So now we go back over to Phantasia. Alrighty, from Phantasia we need to take the charter boat again, which is the one that is all the way over here, up and around. And this way we get to Undine's island. Let's go. Kinda like before, I'm just gonna go over here, save real quick before I go anywhere inside, and then we see what we can do. use our holy bottle to avoid random enemy encounters, and I don't remember whether there's anything particularly interesting in here, aside from a long walk to hit all the switches and go where you need to go. There is a switch over here. This effectively drains the water from one pool into another in the upcoming room up here. Wait, no, that's below. Also, calamari and nymphs. And Thunderblade. This is really good damage right there. I'm not gonna worry about using this gnome. They can be just as annoying to the enemies as they can be to us. Surprisingly good damage. And that's that. I believe we actually drained the water from here. Orange gummy found. Might as well use one. I believe the other chest just contains some fish. Wait. I did not need to go through here, did I? Oh, no, I did. This is the correct path here. This is a rune bottle, which is nice, but most importantly, this switch here changes the water level in a room just north of the original one that we could have gone. Up here, I think the water is drained now and we can go through. But we also need to hit this switch in order for the water to be in a better position. Otherwise, I don't remember why I'm doing this sequence exactly, but this is the correct sequence of actions. Oh, I'm gonna use a flare bottle on the snails here. They're scary. Thankfully also one shot. Aqua Mantle reduces incoming water and ice damage by 30%. Actually, I think wind even as well. I think that's just fish over here. Seafood, yep. Basically we drained the pool of water and now there's just fish laying on the ground or something. There's no enemy encounters in this little room for some reason. So it does reset your step counter. Hitting that switch allows us to go into this room here. And hit this other switch. Then we double back. Because now the water goes from the pool on the right into the left. Oh. Wait, hold on. The other switch is for that one. Now the water is on the left side instead of the right. Oh, slugs. Let's see if they got down without the flare bottle. They do. Okay. I just hold down the B button at the beginning of combat to immediately use lightning bolts because it does pretty good damage. Also, we have seafood. You know what I'm gonna do with seafood? I'm just gonna put it into my food bag to heal up over time, I guess. I think you can buy bag or get larger food bags somewhere, but I don't remember where. So this switch here opened up a hole in the room on the north here. And if we fill that pool with water now, somebody's going to be rather unhappy about us waking her up, which is fair. we want to have some TP recovery on you, and you, and you. And that should be good enough. Probably. In a speedrun, you fight basically all of these bosses with just solo quest, just so he gets all the experience funneled into him. So I think Undine can actually be a bit sketchy. But I do really like her kind of characters. Who disturbs my slumber? She's basically just really angry that somebody woke her up, and that's why she's attacking. Right, immediately flare bottle. And immediately interrupt her spellcast with it too. I think by default you target her rather than any other enemy in this combat, which is a bit awkward, but it'll be fine. The little slug is gone, which is important, because that thing can often just stop you from doing basically anything. Alright, no. I'm gonna tell Clark to no longer cast any spells, thank you very much. You don't deal any damage anyways. We're also gonna tell Mint now to start using her little Pico Hammer again, because paralyzing opponents is great. Oh, motion. I guess that works too. See food, eat food? Sure. Alrighty, and proving ourselves worthy, Clark gets another contract with a summon spirit. This is now the 4 elementals completed. We have wind, fire, water, and earth. And with this, we have acquired everything that we need in order to go where we need to go in the Mines of Moria. So, let's get out of here. Of course, this was before the era where developers thought that it would be a reasonable choice to give you a quick way out of the dungeon after you complete it, which, to be fair, I think is a fine choice still. Just, you know, why would there just be a random convenient back entrance to the final chamber? Why couldn't you just take that one to begin with? Because you could clearly see it behind the statue peeking out. Maybe that's just me. Also, actually, I think there might be no more encounters in here. Because we defeated Undine. I'm actually not sure about that one. I guess I'll see. Basically, the example I was referring to, by the way, is Skies of Arcadia, which just kind of does that when you get to a certain temple. There's just a convenient back entrance located next to the thing where you needed to go to begin with, and solve like 20 puzzles and some other stuff along the way. Did you just drive straight across the pier? Well, I guess that's probably normal in these regions. Alright, let's say that we can get the solo by Motoi Sakuraba, who is the composer of this game, and he just happens to have a cameo in the game too. Right, I'd like to have all the orange gummies, please. Thank you very much. Alrighty, hello. maybe we can do that now.
We've got our own house piano player. We're lucky to have the great Sakuraba here. He makes us all feel better.
Listen to him, sure.
Hey, piano man, play us a tune.
I thought you needed a drink, not a coin, to warm up your hands.
Oh, Barry, we all just call him the piano man. Neat.
I have to admit, it's not my favorite piece of music in the game, but most of the music in this game is fantastic. Okay, now it is time to dive deep into the mines of Moria. And they actually were not joking with that being a relentless dungeon one way or another. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna stock up on as many holy bottles as I can. Which means I'm gonna be using one right now and buy up to the maximum limit of 15 more. With this, we then just kind of head out. And let's see if I remember how to traverse this dungeon without getting into any encounters. Chances are the answer is no. But simultaneously, that's okay because this is a casual playthrough. Saving here, let's go inside. So first floor here, it's kind of straightforward. Oh yeah, we also need to show him that we are in fact allowed to enter here, which is fine. The first floor has just a switch on the top left here. We need to hit it, and in order to proceed over, there's some more orange gummies here. These stairs here are basically the big staircase all the way to the bottom and all the way to the top. But you need to unlock each floor in order to be able to take that one. Also, once again, the reason why I'm not running in this is for two reasons. One, it's kind of a bit nicer, honestly, to just kind of see and not get everything rushed by. And the other part is, whenever I take one running step, it counts for 2 steps towards an encounter instead of 1. This is specific to the SNES version. It is better in the other versions, let's put it this way. Also, I think if I use a holy bottle and step on a switch, should also reset the encounter here. So we open the door. And then we need to move the statue here. To the switch. Then we need to use another holy bottle here. This one won't budge, we have to pull the other statue. Assuming these are statues rather than, you know, petrified adventurers. The stairs leading down are to your right, indeed, and we just opened up this door here on the right side by pushing or pulling that lever over there on the left. So far so good, it's pretty straightforward, right? Now here, this is a mean one. You have these switches here, if you step on them, the door closes, you can't go through. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to step onto the levitate pad on the right side. But what you can do instead is you can take a running step down and immediately go up. And you go through anyways. which I think is quite amusing. Here's another statue to be pushed or pulled into the lower section. Oh, actually, you just need to move it from the switch. Alright, and I think here we go just to the left. Wait. I might have made a mistake. Oh no, never mind. Pulling the statue from that switch opens this door. That's what it was. And I still made a mistake. Alright, just gonna flare bottle here to increase my damage output. Good job, Mid. Nice. The encounters in here I think are not too bad. Especially now that you probably have a bunch of tools to actually work with. Here, look at this torch. Something is odd about these torches. Try pulling the torch? Yes, indeed. I thought you needed to light it with the ring, but no. I do believe there is an adventure in this right room, which you don't have to go to, necessarily. Hi. I'm sure there's something here. Well, there's a switch here, and there's a switch there. Conveniently, if both of us step on the switch at the same time, we get a rune bottle. Also, she's now locked in there forever, because why not? It's kinda mean if you ask me, but that's just how it goes. Alrighty, so, who remembers the code for this thing? Apparently that's not it. Do I need to reset this? I might have to reset this. I didn't even share the treasure. Nope. That bat is very dead from that thunder blade. Lightning Bolt mastered, so I could now use Lightning Bolt in combo moves. Okay, I have to actually reset the room. Alright, the code is... Ah, I goofed. That's fine. Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. You don't need to do anything with the statue. Also, the code is somewhere written on one of these tablets. Or signed. Oh, wrong way. I just don't remember which one. And this is the door that opens on the left by hitting this switch here. And this is the big staircase right here that goes all the way over to... well, all the way to the surface and down. So we basically cleared the first set of floors. Alright, Archie, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but please stop casting spells onto individual little bats that don't need that much damage. Alrighty, hitting that lever on the button right there opened this door here, and this is the path forward. Oh, now we need the statue. I remember. I use a holy bottle here and then step on a switch which actually also overflows the step counter down to 0. So I'm never gonna get into an encounter in this room. Which is nice. And no, the little lizards stepping on the switch does not help you. Unfortunately. Okay, I think in this room we just go up and to the right. Then there's this door here. Hit this one. And then the door on the left opens up. Oh, just one-shot them. I'm so used to just having to use a flare bottle for every fight that it's just habit at this point. Despite not having played this game for a while. Door opened here. I think. No, wait, the other staircase opened. I remember. There we go. Welcome to the next floor. There's spikes here. We just walk across them. They don't deal that much damage. I actually have no idea what this thing does. It's a trap! I stepped straight into the trap. Good job, Jaeger. Alright, we need to have a floaty platform in order to get to that chest. Doom Toad? Unfriendly frogs? That doesn't exist. Actually, probably doesn't. Yeah. I don't need to be up here at all. It's the wrong way to go. This torch isn't lit. It is lit now. This teleport we do want. I actually have no idea what's in that chest, I just remember it not being worth picking up for the speedrun. Oh, this is a fun room. You just go in circles here. Lemon Gummy found. Lemon Gummy basically heals you for 60% of your maximum HP. So basically, you need to solve this room differently every time. So it looks like it's the same room, but it really is a technically different one you teleport into each time. So now we have to go the other way around and get teleported out. So we found a yellow cake. What do you think a yellow cake is? Both fortunately and unfortunately, it is not something tasty. And we found a mystic broom, which reminds me I probably should actually equip my other characters sometime. So, while I don't think it is worthwhile to upgrade Clarv's or Mint's weapons in any capacity because their melee attack largely doesn't matter, Archie actually has a very specific case where it does in fact matter for her to have a stronger weapon equipped, in this case the Mystic Broom. It's just a little bit later down the line. Yellow cake, is it for enriching uranium? Yes, that kind of cake. It's used to transport radioactive materials. No, yes, it is the stuff, guys. Basically, the yellow cake is a consumable item in combat, but don't eat it. You throw it at the enemies and it explodes in basically the equivalent of the strongest fire spell in the game. And unless I forget where the second one is, I'm gonna be picking up 2 of these. Also, by the way, lighting these torches here did in fact also increase my step counter by 1, so I had no encounters in that room anymore. Now, the question is where do I go through here? Is it just to the right? I think it's right down, up left. It's been so long since I played this game. So, you just light a bunch of torches, right? And that just opens doors, which is nice. And then you light some more torches, it opens more doors, this is great. Then you try to light more torches and you get hit. It is just a switch on the torch you have to interact with. Have I ventured into the Breath of Fire series? By the way, this switch I think opened a door somewhere on the right, I don't remember what it does, I just remember stepping on it. And there's the second yellow cake. There is a third one in the game, but I only need 2. I have played Breath of Fire 1. I've even done a guided speedrun by Raya. Like, guided by Raya. And it's a fascinating game, to say the least. I like it, but it's kind of the same kind of liking as to Secret of Mana, except I don't have nostalgia for it. Because it does have its own weird quirks about it, but still, it's kind of fun. Rune bottle and apple gummy. I believe I'm not supposed to take these stairs. Ah, there we go. So here's what this switch does. It drops water from the ceiling. Now why would it do that? Well, to prevent the fire from hurting you that can sprout out of these nostrils. Nostrils? Nozzles. A slightly different word there. I believe there's just a switch over here which will activate all the flame traps and stuff. But also open up the door forward, so we kind of have to step on it. Breath of Fire is pretty rough around the edges. It is, but I kind of like it still. I played the Game Boy Advance version as a kid, and I was absolutely upset that... Spoilers, by the way, for anybody who wants to play it for the next 10 seconds. I was really upset that the little angel lady, whatever her name is, dies. But that's because I refused to use the dragon form, because I felt like it made the game to use easy, and apparently that's the bad ending, and I didn't know that. Nina, yes. I have not played any of the other Breath of Fires. Pull this lever? Yes, indeed. Wait, I didn't need to do that. Either way, the fire is now here. Well, it doesn't deal that much damage. Also, this is how you extinguish it. Temporarily, it just goes back on afterwards. Yada. You've played the first three and they each have their ups and downs. I actually briefly played the beginning of Breath of Fire 2 and I was really fascinated and intrigued by it, so... Probably one day I should play at least that one. Like, just the beginning of that is great. Turquoise ring. Wait, what the heck is a turquoise ring? We have never seen this in the story until now. Well, it's kind of like all the other summon rings. It is used to make pacts with things. It gives bonus TP. This might be more useful. This is one teleport. And this is the other teleport. What do? Well, one of them allows us access to a room, and the other one allows us to access to a different room. This one is the wrong one, I just didn't remember. The short version is that tablet... Actually, no, we have to read that tablet first, don't we? This tablet here tells us that we need to use the spirits in a corresponding order and in the correct place. But our scholar here, Clark, cannot read it, because it's written in Ancient Elvish. And then Archie just kind of goes, it says, death is always at your back, for all return to the earth from which they came. The fire of life is at the burst to come. The tears of the morning woman are on your left, and the wind blows forth from your right. It's Primal Elvenor. Everybody can read it, right? She can read it because she is a half-elf, so apparently being a half-elf just kind of innately allows you to read the language. It's not some language that you can learn. At least that's how I interpret it. You think each Breath of Fire gets better than the last until they switch the formula with Dragon Quarter, and it's not really worth directly comparing, right? I think I understand what you mean. It's not necessarily a bad game, it's just quite different, I guess. Either way. Now we need to do exactly what they told us. And we actually get to move around as Clark for a bit. Here we summon Undine. Because Undine is to our left. Also, don't interpret this as the orientation of the characters you have facing. Because, yeah. I know Self is on the right, and I did not pay attention as to where Gnome is. I had my splits tell me which ones is where, because I couldn't remember. She just throws that out there, she's a half-elf need. I mean, we already know that because she can cast magic. Because only elves and half-elves and partial elves can cast magic in this universe. This is probably the wrong way around, isn't it? Gnome and Ifrit. Alright, I did this wrong. I need to get Gnome here, I guess, because I'm pretty sure something is supposed to happen when I do it right. Maybe this is correct.
Who has awakened my slumber?
Who's there? Come back to the obelisk.
You know, if you want to see me and meet me and tell me how it is and stuff like that,
I don't know. We could be friendly with each other, something like that.
maybe have some tea.
Either way. Up until now, we kind of knew that these were all sorts of summon spirits that we were aware of, or Clark was aware of, that exist. Undine, Ifrit, Sylph, Gnome, the standard ones. However, this is Maxwell. Apparently he is the lord of all earthly spirits, and he is kind of his own thing, which is kind of fascinating, and we just kind of meet him here. And I love these sprites when they're stunned, they're so good. Maxwell is not terribly dangerous, all things considered. If I manage to have Crest's hitbox be just right on top of Maxwell's hitbox, he actually manages to interrupt his own Tiger Fang midway through, still get both hits in, but recover slightly quicker to be able to attack again. Either way, Maxwell is not that dangerous if you just knock him out efficiently. And we have proven ourselves worthwhile, and Clark is astounded that we are not just allowed to enter the treasure room, but also actually get to make a contract with Maxwell. And Maxwell is one, if not the strongest summon spirit for Barry acquired in the game, basically throughout most of the game. Maxwell is insanely powerful compared to any other summon that Clark can do for a long time. There are technically stronger ones later, but practically right now this is kind of as good as it gets. So, we're gonna tell Clark, you're not gonna summon Sylph, Gnome, or Ifrit anymore. If you ever summon anything, it's gonna be Maxwell. And the main reason why I even came down here is to get these treasure chests. So, we heard of there being like rings down here for more summon pacts. Look, a ring! Really? It's just a normal ring. I found a ring too. Here's another. So we find a bunch of rings, but they're all broken. And we don't really know what to do with them. But, well, Runeglum knows a lot about rings and stuff, so we're just gonna ask him. An hourglass is really nice, elixir is 10,000 gold, rune bottles, Verbena, which increases his stat, I think agility or strength, onyx ring, and armor. Alright, so I just got my second onyx, I think. So what we can do with a black onyx is equip it. Crest now has 2147 HP. Then we can equip a second one. Crest now has 2147 HP. Okay, it does not actually increase it any further. There we go. I was actually curious about that, because I did not remember if it increased HP or not. But we will be able to do some shenanigans with that in terms of increasing our maximum HP basically to the maximum without having to grind for much. Alrighty. Now we just wander out of the dungeon. And unlike the previous dungeon, we do have actually a decently quick way out of it, so to speak. And we used up 13 holy bottles with encounters to get all the way down here. So that's a lot invested. Admittedly, some of it was me just not knowing where to go anymore. But we only need one holy bottle in order to get all the way back up. And that is thanks to the convenient staircase. Just kind of allowing us to just get all the way back to the surface. Welcome back to floor 1. So, our party is a bit, well, they don't know what to do with the broken rings, so we go ahead and ask Runeglum as to what these things might be about. Runeglum is the court wizard here in Alvanista Castle. He is very, very old and, well, he lives longer than humans because he's an elf, so he has been serving the royal family for quite a bit. Also, he is over in the laboratory, over here. Hello. Ah, you've returned. What news? We found these rings there. A moonstone, so you can contract with Lunana. What's wrong? Can we speak with you outside the walls? So you need to fix them. My friend Edward knows how we can repair them. He's done a lot of research on mystic artifacts. So now we need to go to Edward. And we get a letter from Runeglum. Also here, Crest just has kind of a weird message into his mind about something that doesn't belong to him. It's a bit weird, but oh well. We'll figure it out as we go, probably. Either way, more importantly, we can buy more holy bottles now to avoid random encounters. With random encounters, this game would be so much longer, by the way. So I hope you understand that I'm just kind of using that strategy to get through the game and mostly focus on the story. Because honestly, I like the game, but I really like the story. which is why I like to focus on that part. So don't worry about Archie, she is still taking a nap. We're gonna get her back on her feet soon. Alrighty, this is where Edward lives. Hello! Anybody home? We are greeted by the maid, fiancé. Oh, she's the wife, actually. And she tells us that Edward is not currently home. He is in fact heading over to do some research. Trying to figure out whether he can find a cure to something. I have to admit, I probably should have read the dialogue. I don't actually know what he's trying to figure out in the desert. But he's one of the key figures that we, Cress and Mint specifically, know from 100 years ago in their history class. They learned that Edward D. Morrison... Wait, do we know the D. Morrison part yet? Oh, we don't know that yet. Sorry, spoilers. Either way, Edward here is one of the more important figures in this entire area. Let's see if anybody knows about Edward here. Like, the funny thing is, Clark already knows the last name, but nobody mentions it towards Mint and Cress, who would know more about him, just kind of in the grand scheme of things, which is fascinating. I wonder if that guy knows anything. So, now it's basically a wild goose chase where we ask him, hey, have you seen Edward? Edward? Yeah, he has been here, but he went to the oasis just to the south. So we're gonna go after him. Then we ask this guy, Edward? Yeah, he has been here, but he's already left to the oasis on the east. Then we ask this guy. What? I said, have you seen Edward? Haven't seen any headboards. What headboard? You asked me if I'd seen your headboard. I said Edward, not headbird. Are you deaf? Lighten up, it was just a joke. Edward moved on to the next oasis, no for fear. Alright, next oasis. And then we get all the way back to town, because he's of course not gonna be here, as expected. Hello. Back to Olive Village. Thankfully, they actually just give you a teleport back, which is nice. Let's ask that guy again. I saw him enter the inn a few minutes ago, but he's not here anymore. He came here looking for basilisk ale. Those are used for medicinal purposes, aren't they? Yes, but they are not so easy to come by. There's always a risk of being turned to stone by a mother basilisk. Alrighty, we already got 5 basilisk steel earlier because I defeated a few in the desert while we were going to buy better equipment and wanted to have some more levels to take on Jameer earlier. So we give over the basilisk scales and we get a free night rest over here until Edward hopefully arrives sometime. Edward is actually here to see you. And this is where Cress and Mint actually figured out that this is an ancestor of Tornix D. Morrison. Edward D. Morrison. He even has the exact same sprite. Alrighty, this is the guy that we were looking for talking to about repairing the rings. But this is also where we are supposed to go into the Elven Forest, and they don't really let outsiders inside, not without special permissions. So this might be difficult to get anything done. But here also Cress realizes that he probably should talk to him about, you know, the part where we know his not access. We know basically the series of offsprings that leads to Tornix Demorison or something like that. Either way. We also gave him the book that Tornix gave us, which has a bunch of information and lore and legends written, and Edward actually refuses to read more of it because it's not good to know what the future is supposed to hold. But also, Archie is kind of a funny response here. Archie, there's something I still haven't told you. It's about Cress and I. You see, we traveled a century into the past to get to this world. We're both from the future. Wait, are you saying that... I'm 100 years older than you? Yes. Edward's descendant, Tornix, is the one who sent us back here. So that's kind of her only concern. Lineage, there we go, thank you. Alright, don't talk to me about the future. But once we are ready, we're supposed to meet him over in Midgard, where he is going to meet us, because while we are young, we're clearly capable in some capacity. So he is going to be one of our allies in the fight against owls. Alrighty. With information on how to repair the rings, as well as a new ally and friend acquired in the fight against owls, we head back to repair the rings. Or at least that's the plan, if we are let in there. Now, if you have played Tales of Symphonia, you might remember a certain very interesting type of puzzles where you have to make boars run into tree stumps where apples fall down so stuff gets swept over to the side so you can go and grab things. It's really weird, just kind of conceptually, even if the puzzle is fine itself. Just as to what you have to do in order to trigger things is strange. But hey, that's alright. I think it is 3 steps, isn't it? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Ah, the third one it is. That's fine. Because I'm not supposed to be here anyways yet. I forgot. I was supposed to go back to get permission from Runeglum to actually enter the Elven Forest. This game's a banger. It's really, really nice. I like it a lot. It is a bit awkward and rough around the edges, combat and just kind of gameplay-wise, but the story, the visuals, and the music is like 10 out of 10. I personally don't mind the combat, though. You played it in high school during class. Nice. Come back and visit anytime. I did. Alright, we need to talk to Runeglum. And he's going to tell us that he might be able to do something about being able to enter the Elven Village. So we talk to him outside again, and just go, well, Edward is trying to make a difference, and he's telling us to the Forest of Ymir, or the Ymir Forest. And, well, we need to just wait one day until Runeglum figures out a way to get us in there. So we do that. I think we just go back to Runegland, don't we? For some reason, my brain tells me that there's a different sequence, but thinking about it rationally, I'm pretty sure we just get... yeah, we get the Royal Crest, which identifies us as an ally of the Kingdom of Alvanista, or actually a... not just an ally, but a envoy, if you will. So we are now representing the Kingdom of Alvanista, the place we have arrived at like 2 days ago. Saved the prince, gotten friends with Runeglum, gotten permission to go all the way down to the mines of Moria, managed to do that in less than half an hour. And eventually get through. But also, Archie is going to leave us, because one thing I actually forgot about until literally just now, because Archie left. Half-elves are not allowed in the Elven Forest. So Archie does the responsible thing and decides to just wait at the inn for us, right? But yeah, the reason... basically, the elves are very, very secluded and don't like to deal with humans whatsoever in any capacity, which baseline is fair. I think that makes sense. However, the unfortunate part for Runeglum, who is also a half-elf if I'm not mistaken, as well as any other half-elf, stuff has happened in the past where the elves just absolutely despise humans, and anyone of the elves anyways that is seen interacting in a positive way or even romantic way with humans is just kind of an outcast or worse, put to death. But I believe we get more of that story later. But that's just kind of the gist as to why Archie is not allowed in here. Let's see, 1, 2, and then I use a holy bottle, which allows me to get infinite steps here. Maybe not. Either way, this guy checks whether we are allowed in here. Now we are allowed in here because we have the Royal Crest, but that's okay. Oh, in this area here, you can also do a funky little lich. Wait, am I going the wrong way? I am going the wrong way. There's enemies in here that petrify you, while they're also dealing damage. I think it might be the Snake Man. I'm actually not sure which enemy in particular is doing that. But normally that is kind of pretty dangerous, because getting petrified is effectively as if your character is KO'd, and if your entire team is petrified, that's really bad for you. But if you get killed to 0 HP and petrified at the same time, your character is basically petrified at 0 HP. Then you can remove the petrification, but you're still at 0 HP, but you're not dead yet. So what you can do consequently is you can have a zombie character that never dies to any damage whatsoever, and just infinitely survives damage anyways. The only thing that could kill it would be at that point if you get knocked out by like paralyzation or more petrification. So that's a bit of a zombie type glitch, if you will. What is it, Clark? I thought I saw something pink behind that tree. Perhaps you're just imagining things. I don't know, I could have sworn... This is not Archie, she's waiting at the inn. Either way, the elves greet us as you would expect. Hey, only elves are allowed into this area. Go back from wherever you came. Alright, we're under protection of Alvanista, and so they decide to give us an audience with their leader. And this is Rambard. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. My name is Rambard. I'm sort of in charge here. My name is Clarth, and this is Crescent Mint.
I've got something to ask of you. Take a look at these rings. They're rings for contracting with magical spirits. but they are broken. We heard that someone here may know how to repair them. What we need to do is get to the Heimdallstone, pick up anything you need for a day's trip at your stores, then meet me at the north end of the village. Well, that was quick. He knew exactly what to do. Convenient. And we're just gonna rest here for a second. Enjoy your stay. Don't get stoned, always have one responsible adult present. In case you do get stoned anyways, I guess. Yeah, honestly, the biggest difficulty of playing this game, at least the original version, is the early game is brutal in terms of difficulty. Like, it is not easy. Once you get over that initial hump, you get to Alvanista and can start exploring and get better equipment and stuff, it starts becoming a bit more of a smoothed difficulty curve, but the early game is just mean. So, we could go and buy a bunch more stuff here, but I think the only thing I'm interested in is buying some holy bottles here. We could also buy another mystical rune for quicker spellcast, but we don't need this until later, so we can just get this later. No, the responsible adult is meant to ensure you don't get stoned. Anything else would not be responsible. I mean, maybe the responsibility is to, instead of just take away the entire concept, show you how to be safe about it if you decide to do that anyways. I don't know. It's not really... I don't know how to phrase my thoughts. I'm gonna leave it at that. Either way, hi Rambart. Let's go ahead and move to the north, into the Ymir Forest. This is actually kind of a difficulty spike. It has some of the best music in the game, but the enemies in here are pretty relentless. And finding your way through here might take a bit. I already went the wrong way, because this is not the chest I wanted to go and grab. Is it on the left here, or is it further up? It might be further up. I think it's on the left here. And on the left there's some optional items. Specifically, I'm looking to get an hourglass. There's a holy rune and a black onyx. That's a lot of money, by the way. Yeah, this is where I get the thing. Savory found. Savory increases your strength by 1. If you use a rune bottle on it, it increases your strength by 2, which I think is quite a significant boost. Oh, these are the ones that petrify? Not sure, I didn't buy more flare bottles, I should have. Oh. Apparently lightning just murders them. Alright, I think the chrono or the hourglass is right here. It is indeed. That's kind of all I'm going out of my way for. The actual goal of the forest is all the way on the right side. You would think that Rambart, since he is just kind of accompanying us through the forest here, he would give us directions and guide us where to go, but he doesn't. I just really like the music. Is it north here, or I think it's further east and then north? I might be mistaken. I think it's up here. No. One further east. Maybe I should open up the map, but yeah, it's fine. Savory, there we go. The chest is the indication that you need to go north. Uh-oh. I have one remedy. Okay, these are the ones that petrify. Uh-oh.
Barf, I need some Maxwells here. Maxwell has a really high, like, volatility range, as in the variance on how much damage it can possibly do is extremely high. Also, we just got 2 question mark weapons. Either Remedy Mint, so she's no longer petrified. Okay, 2 of the same weapons, so those were from the weaker enemies. If we got it one from the stronger enemy, I actually would want to identify it. Okay, I'm pretty sure I found the place, because this should be one more corridor and then we're there. Also, these bush babies say meow. And this is where we need to be. Is this Heimdall? The legend of Ymir states that a magical spirit is sleeping within the confines of this stone. Origin? Yep, so basically, he tells us a bunch of lore, and the short version is, this stone allows us to place the rings here, and they will be restored to their original state as to before they were destroyed. And conveniently, this is exactly what happens here. Also, pay close attention if you're just listening, watch this real quick if you don't know the game. Did you see it? Alrighty, the rings for Luna. And one other one has been completed. Repaired the Moonstone ring and the Topaz ring. What do we do with the Topaz ring? No idea, but we do need the Moonstone ring for Luna. There's also Elven boots behind here. Don't know why, but they do increase your movement speed. Which I think is quite amusing. I don't have any use for them, but it's a thing we can do. Alright, then we just walk all the way back. But the main reason why I like to point out these Elven boots is because, like, the first few guides and things I did read and watch through in order to do research for the speedrun routing of this game did not mention these Elven boots. Like, most people did not know about those until I randomly stumbled upon, I think it was just an image with like Japanese descriptions and pointing to the maps and markers and all over the place that I ended up using for reference. And I was just curious, wait, what's that thing behind the stone? Oh, well, it's nothing useful. It's just interesting that I didn't, well, know about it until then. You made that image. I made this. You know, occasionally I'm inclined to believe you, but occasionally also not. So I'm just gonna flip a coin. $17, I believe you. Using more holy bottles to avoid encounters. I'm not keeping track of the steps, I'm just kind of guessing as to when I'm not supposed to use it. Also, that is not the way to go, is it? It's always one more west/east than I think it is. No, this was too far. I was one too far. I'm terrible at guessing. Larf is trying to get past Mint, but she's just not moving because she keeps casting spells. These are cold bush babies, not Ewoks. Alrighty, we made it back, safe and sound, into the Elven village.
Look, I've caught a stranger.
A human?
No, she's a half-elf.
What? So, the problem with Archie actually trying to sneak into the Elven village here, and getting caught, most of all, is that any half-elf that is caught entering the village is immediately sentenced to death. So, that's a bit of an issue. We can't make any exceptions, huh? But suddenly, the innkeeper actually runs out there and goes, "Wait! Let her go. I'll take her place. Just let her go, please. Rambart, I beg of you." I see. Take your ropes off. But Rambart, I said do it. Oh, my little Archie, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. I do love you. What? I'm so confused. And this is kind of where Archie eventually finally realizes, as we are forced to leave, that this was her mother. You know the law. Get out. +1 mum, -1 mum. Yeah. There's no further cutscene beyond this, which... well... it's a bit of a rough thing, to say the least. And I think the important part to mention here is that Archie had no idea that her mother was still alive. Although that is going to be information that will be disclosed very soon. I'm just kind of pointing this out here. The reason why she was so confused as to, wait, who is that woman? Kind of makes a lot of sense in that context. Now she suddenly learned that she was still alive, and... well, considering that she just took her place for the punishment that is supposed to be death, yeah, about that. Wait, I actually don't need to go back over here, do I? I do believe I can now just go to Midgard. Right, more holy bottles, and you know what? I have at least 1 elixir, so what I'm gonna do before... wait, no, I don't need to. In the speedrun you buy a mystic rune, because it's faster than picking up the other mystic rune that is already present and available. But this is not a speedrun. I'm just gonna go and pick up the second mystic rune. Slam dunk, please. Alrighty, so I think this might be a good stopping point for now. Next time, we're going to go ahead and go all the way to Midgard, basically where I bought the pretty powerful equipment and armor earlier. And then we will plot on how to take down Daos, somehow, one way or another. And let me tell you, I'm not quite halfway through the game yet, so this might be a third session sometime. But for now, everybody, thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night.